Hello? Hi guys. I'm back. I'm back. Nothing is fixed. Nothing is fixed. Wait, even 7 TV ain't working, is it? What the fuck? Oh my god. Surely I have that emote, right? I swear I have that emote. It's overworking. Overworking. I could have swore I have this, right? Man. Yeah, what the hell, boy? Incredible software, by the way. Can I just say that? Absolutely incredible. Yeah, oh, it's underworking. It's underworking, not overworking. I named it underworking. There's also an overworking. Oh, is there? Yeah, dude, my So this isn't connected to OBS then. Weird as hell. Let me see this. Oh, I see. Let me add this. Here we go. Man, I love here. I guess I'll have to do. I guess I'll have to fix this after stream, huh? It's like I can't. It's not connecting. It's not connecting. So, I mean, like everything else seems to be working, right? I assume the only thing that is not going to be working are commands. And my guess is their cloud API is down. Could be. It could be. It could be. Let me check actually. Because they did have like... They did have a massive update yesterday. They moved over to 1.0 yesterday. So it could be that they did it just like that. But I assume the only things that will not work from my stuff is like what? My Stream Deck stuff probably, and my the chatter stuff. The chatter stuff is not going to be working, unfortunately. So for those who were here, for those who wanted to snipe first, second, or third place, it's no more. It's no more. Stream Deck. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, dude, details. I read that Hong Luke chapter, not chapter, ID. Holy fuck. My god, that thing is so good. It's so good. Wild fucking thing just to drop. It's so good. Loki, I'm like very impressed with how they what's it called? Did that though. I'm very impressed because they used more than like two CGs, and you know they had a lot of cool stuff going for it. It was a fun way to tell a story. Yeah, it was a really fun way to tell a story. I really enjoyed it. Also, my dumbass thought that CG was him sitting down. Like, no, it's him walking forward. Oh shit, it's him walking forward. I thought it was like he was like sitting cross-legged, like slouched forward with his like his guanda on the side. Hold up, hold up. Dude, I am. Yeah, look, this fucking CG. Can you not see it? He's like sitting slouched forward, holding his belt like this with his like guanda on the side. You don't see it? Oh my god. Yeah, I just like I thought he was like sitting down or something during this. No, it's just like a bird's eye view. Oh, it's so fucking hilarious. I love this. I love the CG for this though. Holy shit. It's peak. So good. I love it. I really do wonder how Yi Sang is gonna be. I hope he's cool as well. But I mean, he is Hons. So, real question is, will they do a centaur or will they just do horse human? Will they just do the Uma Musume route and just do horse that's bipedal? I believe centaur. I think that would be really cool, like genuinely super sick, I think. I wonder what he's gonna be like though. I really hope he's cool. Like gameplay wise. I hope that he's not like defense spam and then do something like that. Cause like that would be a bit annoying if they do another one. There is. Sorry, I'm just doing something real quick. You know, I was kind of surprised that Manager Don didn't get a horse. Yeah, right? I'm surprised. That would have been cool. That would have been really cool. Having like Manager Don ride a horse. Then you can have Dullahan and Rushinante. There we go. Right. The four horsemen of the apocalypse: M Don, W Heat, Horsang, and Slosh Mael. Oh my god. That'd be a hilarious ass comp. Yo, low-key imagine a Slosh Mail team. They should just make like multiple Slosh teams or multiple Slosh people for that. Give you like a full Slosh comp. I'm not gonna imagine that. Come on. I know you want one. There we go. I think we're about ready to keep going. Almost. Oh, the horse comp. Oh yeah, Honses. Give me like a only horse team, and they're gonna be Tremor, right? It's gonna be a Tremor team, and anytime. What the fuck was that mug? Oh, you don't like this mug? It's got hot chocolate in it. Why is it so big? This isn't big. This is like average size, ain't it? It's my hot chocky. I don't know, man, it looks huge. I mean, here's my phone for comparison. You know, I wish I had a banana for scale. I guess that's better. Yeah, it's like an average size. I mean, if you want another one, here's like my controller. You know, they're like slightly bigger. I have some fucking humongous cups. I forgot your 4-8. Oh my god, this guy, you're not getting away with this. I will expose you for all the misdeeds you have done. I just can't. I know you're 2'11". I just can't prove it. Hold up, let me open my window. I know you're 2'11". I just can't prove it yet. But yeah, like imagine the horse team, right? It's six people for horses, and then there's a seventh like horse commander, and his third ability is just point forward. You hear the trumpet like the or whatever, and you just all the horses just run like the Kirby, not the Kirby, the Yoshi Stampede. The trust I'm 6'5". Yeah, if you're 6'5", then I'm 7'11", you know? I would just like run over people with horses, that'd be sick. Alright. Did I do my dailies? Oh my god, there's a spider! God damn it. Details, why are you in my room? Man. Man. It's so small though. Oh shit, it's coming down. It's like crawling down to me. What is it doing? Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's coming. Oh boy, coming. Fuck it, I'll just let it be. Alright, let's gaming time. I'm not. Shut up, dude. That's not cool. Yeah, I'll just let him chill. It hasn't done anything. House spiders are 99% harmless. Yeah, they are. I'm gonna just leave it. That 1% is Australia. Yeah, bro. I don't understand how. I don't understand how Australians can live, man. If I see a spider that's the size of like my thumb, I'm running already. Like. Meanwhile, we have Australia over here with like 8-foot tall spiders and shit. Hell no. Hell nah. You won't see me in the same room. Bah. Wow, game time. Gaming time. Alright, so last time we ended the battlefield, right? Man, this game is fucking pretty long. I did everything here, right? Yeah. Remember the current objective. Recruit Monaco. Let's go bed. Oh, now it's crawling to the right side of my room. Hilarious. See.
Thanks.
Now I must apologize. I got a bad shot on unintentional for myself. That's perfectly fine.
Glad you liked it.
That is perfectly fine. That is valid.
I've buried friends there too.
Take care, details, take care.
You were right. About condolences. Because we don't know what else to say, but there's no comfort there.
No.
All we can do is carry them with us.
I guess. Sorry. It's just what.
Drowning in our own sadness. Hey, why did you join the expedition? I mean, with the Gamage, I understand the rest of the team's decision, but you're half their age.
Out here seemed better than in there at the time.
Bah, those with carbon.
Wanting to escape a life you don't want.
Escape. Yeah. That's what I wanted. But Gustav and the others, they really want to change things.
Well, changing your life also counts. Can't always shoulder the world's problems, you know? It'll drain you fast.
Gustav would probably say, if more of us cared, then it would lighten the load for everyone.
He sounds like a good guy.
Wait. I kept Gustav's, so you can have mine.
Hmm?
You'll
Oh.
need one if you want to be an official member of our merry crew.
I gotta say, I didn't take you for an official kind of person.
Damn.
Welcome to the disaster expedition.
The disaster expedition?
Thank you.
Oh, nice. So that's why you couldn't speak to Mael. Alright, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. We're back. SKA, I summon thee!
With SKA? Yeah, should be quick.
The way this guy walks. Alright, let's see.
Nice.
I love SKA. Yeah, same. SKA is a funny little guy. Oh, let's get some licks. Hello. Hey, who are you? Lunging Bob. Oh, hairstyles? Don't say less.
Mission is to the north, not far from here.
Is that an enemy? Yeah, that's an enemy. Oh, that's it, right there. I will say, I like that, enemies don't chase you in the overworld. I think that's really good. I think that's a really good design choice from them. Because I think that shit would have been really annoying in the overworld. Especially since you can't really run away, nor jump. You're really slow on foot. Oh, I see some chroma right there. I see myself. What? Why can't I look up? I want to look up. Let me look up, game. Man. This is it, right? Yeah, Monaco Station. Whatever the fuck that is. Let's see.
Follow the tracks. They'll lead us to Monaco.
Oh,
Train.
dude. That's cool.
Gustav would have liked to see that.
Is it true before the fracture, Lumiere had trains running throughout the continent?
Always running late, but running. Yes.
Going into Kato 7 dungeon, do wish me luck. Oh 7, you're about to enjoy it. Also, why does Verso kind of look like what from this angle? Can you guys see it? Kylo Ren's actor, what the fuck is his name again? Adam Driver. Am I the only one who sees that? He kind of looks like Adam Driver a bit here. I'm not the only one, right? I like that. He kind of looks a bit like Adam Driver. Ooh.
Monaco Station.
Monaco
Is that a
Station?
Grandis?
A
I knew
what?
They're real too.
A Grandis? This thing? Okay. Oh, that's a Grandis. Contrary to what some believe, guard duty is quite rewarding. I find it meditative and instructional. Damn, you're fucking massive, bro. God damn.
Nice.
Expedition 65 was here. Okay, so I need a little bit of I need a mind refresher. Are these flags the last place an expedition was before they died, or is this like milestones, like a marker for other expeditioners? Or like, is this like the last place the last expeditioner of said expedition was alive? Because I don't quite remember. Who the hell are you? Damn, you just parried that shit? The fuck are you?
Reflexes
Oh, that's
remain sharp as
Monoko?
ever. I approve. Did Verso pull you into another adventure? New friends.
You speak our language.
We had a lot of time to kill, so I taught him.
Ladies. Could I? Ow! Interest you in a duel?
Definitely a gestural.
No point trying to talk until we've calmed Monoko down with a relaxing fight. Be careful though. Monoko's fighting style is a bit peculiar.
Whoa!
Ready?
I forgot to change difficulty, by the way. Fuck. Woo!
Sia, dodge.
Damn, my health.
Faster.
Alright, I got Dueliso.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Flames. On me.
Light him up.
Verso, dodge.
Ooh, beautiful damage. Okay. I can break here. Dink, dink, break.
Whoa, whoa.
All right, let's go.
Your fate is sealed.
Bang.
No distraction, son. I'm really busy beating up strangers.
Noko, what are you doing here?
Noko, you said Nevron?
A stalact. My trophy never came. Yeah, you're not gonna get it this stream. It's not working. They're doing maintenance or some shit. So you're stuck. Alright, let's up the difficulty now. I was late for a good day. Yeah, you were late for a good day. Okay. I'm gonna stream the boy. Alright, take care, homie. Take care. I know you don't want to watch for spoilers, which is understandable. Because low-key, this shit is kind of crazy right now. Loki, maybe I start playing Lune a bit more. Because like CL is cool. But like, you know, Lune. I'm just gonna... Okay, so I have energizing start. Yeah, perfect. And what do you have? Breaker, attack, lifesteal, breaking counter. I'll take Death's Door, I guess, instead of attack, lifesteal. Okay, so CL move out, Lune come in. Right.
Hello there.
Hello there. Oh, what's good, Oreo? Hello. Yellow. That's a 7 cost. Being chilling, just waiting for EWC for SF6. Ah, gotcha. How's that going right now though? Like, how is that? Yesterday was pretty fire. Hell yeah. Love to hear it. What do I have? Yeah, this light holder. I like that because that's an A rank, but I'll grab powerful here. One skill point, 2 skill points. That's fine. Where's energizing parry? Here you are. Yes. Alright, new hairstyles. That's actually really nice. I do like her like let out hair though. Baguette, ponytail, wrench bob, plunging bob. Ooh. I like the ponytail though. Wait, what? Oh, so I can have the expedition and then the verso version. Alright, I got you. Oh yeah, I need to change verso skills a bit around. That's a B rank skill. That's a B rank skill. That's a B rank skill with an S rank break. The C rank. I have too many B ranks, I think. Maybe I'll swap marking shot for powerful. Perfect recovery, purification. Blitz. I didn't watch SF6 yesterday. The only thing I saw was the Punk clip. Oh, did Punk do something funny again? What the fuck is that thing?
Friends of Verso, as honored guests, the first fight is yours. Defeat the Stalact with your fearsome talents.
Right.
You're just gonna watch? Okay.
Is this serious?
Yes, he is.
I'm alright.
You little coward.
Can't blame him though, but he was scaling too much. Oh, but the scaling was too
A
much.
storm is coming.
Verso,
What?
why aren't you using gradient attacks?
I don't need pointers from the one sitting on his lazy ass.
You didn't teach them, did you, you lazy old fart? Very well. I shall generously...
A storm is coming.
Gradient attack? You can now use gradient attacks. Each AP used to cast a skill fills the gradient gauge. Once the gradient is full, you get one gradient charge that can be used in... What the fuck? Oh, cool. What? All right. I'm dead. Oh! Okay.
Ready to strike.
Let the ink flow.
I already have max. I'll just use thunder. Thunderball and lightning.
Let's spill some ink.
I miss Gustav, but Verso just clears. Bro, I miss Gustav, man. I want my boy back.
Watch out, Mael.
Okay, Loki, the jumps are a bit too forgiving, I think. They're like a little bit too forgiving. Sabotage.
Your end is nigh.
Let the ink flow.
Rock slide. Oh, that's good. She's literally a fucking earthbender, bro. Percy! She's literally just an earthbender.
You found worthy friends, Verso.
Jealous?
What are you doing?
What is he doing?
Need the foot. Aha!
What? What the fuck?
He transforms by collecting Nevron feet. Don't ask me how it works. I've never understood.
What?
Now that we've had some good battles to warm the spirits, to what do we owe the pleasure of your company?
We're heading
Okay.
for old Lumiere.
Okay,
Let that man
bye.
love his feet,
Hey,
bro.
come on. Hey, look. I know we've failed before, but look, you doofus. Don't you recognize her?
Of course I do.
Then you know what that means. This is our shot. It might be our only shot.
This is your only shot. Out of the question. I will never join you again.
Damn.
There will be a lot of fighting, though.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's true.
There will be a lot of fighting.
Exactly.
Count me in then.
Good.
Good. Good. Good.
Yes, good.
What the
No, you are.
fuck? Yeah, I'm not joining you. Hell no. You will be fighting a lot. Yeah, there will be a lot of fighting.
As a response,
Yeah, I'm getting in here.
this is a superb idea. Let us
Bro,
go.
who is this guy?
Old Lumiere.
This was good. Twin. Hello. Oh my god. That's so dumb. Yeah, I don't want to join you. Fuck off. But like, we can fight. There's gonna be a lot of fights. Yeah, you may be right. There may be a lot of fights. But yeah, so you in? Yeah, I'm in. Very nice. You're like a gay married couple, bro. Oh shit, I'm playing Monoko now? Yeah, sure. Monoko's skills move the bestial wheel pointer forward. Each mask on the wheel upgrades specific skill. The almighty mask upgrades all skills. Oh, upgraded skills are stronger and great additional effects. He's Udyr. Monoko's starting skills are Chalier combo and Stalact punches. The bestial wheel on the heavy mask, therefore Stalact punches is upgraded, deal additional damage. You select punches to move the wheel. Oh, cool. Whoa! What the hell?
Foolish move.
That's a cool looking enemy, dude. He's a bro. He actually low-key kind of is like a deer. Monoko harvests the Nevron legs if he is in the party when the Nevrons are killed. Enemies with a lootable leg have this icon next to their health bar. Defeating the Nevron allows Monoko to learn this Nevron skill. The bestial wheel is now on a caster mask. Monoko doesn't have any caster skills yet, but defeating the Pellerin will unlock one. Interesting. Damn. Bro's really like, yo, you know what? I'm gonna kill you, grab your leg, and you're gonna like it. Like, bro, okay, man. Fair enough. Okay. Balanced. Casting skill moves the wheel pointer corresponding to a more powerful. Alright. Bitch! 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 You beat Pellerin and looted his leg, which means it allows Monoko to learn the skill Pellerin wheel. Bro, no way. Really? Start the battle with balanced mask. Oh my god, okay. So he doesn't use a skill wheel then? He just like cuts people's legs off and he's like, you know what? This is mine now. Incredible. And now let's bring the Pictos up. Dead energy. Energizing start. Energizing jump. Dodger. Crit burn. And then energizing break, I guess. Okay, that's awesome. Holy shit, he's a slow looking motherfucker. My goodness. Do you have any attribute points I can invest in? Yes, oh my god. I'll do 40 for now. And then I'll do 38. Look at that attack power, bro. Oh my goodness. We got this, the funny number, the scary number. Oh my god. So he actually just like... He actually just need to... It's literally a Pokemon trainer. You're actually a Pokemon trainer playing this guy, huh? Oh, who's this?
Expedition 65, Aurelian. The Grandis have embraced us with such warmth and hope. What a balm for the soul to know that other beings survived. That we in Lumiere are not alone. It truly is a miracle. The Grandis retreated to higher ground after Neverons overran their lands. It is bittersweet, but at least the most important parts of their civilization will survive. Their children. Fortunately for them, they do not appear affected by the Gommage the way we are. It is painful knowing our expedition has failed. But at least we can enjoy our final days among friends.
I see, I see. Let's keep going. Oh. I can't remember the last time when we were hiding from the Neverons. I feel like only yesterday to me. This path leads to the treacherous region of the mountains. If your destination is Old Lumiere, you should leave via the other exits. I don't know. Oh, I need to go the other way. Lomo, alright. Maybe I should have clicked triangle. Or a Y. Are you two fighting? One more time, just like Monoko showed us. Yeah, almost, yes. Swing more like this. Oh my, achy bones, yes, yes. You folk have swayed my views. We must adopt the gestural way, alas. Though my mind is in agreement, my body is something. Read these old bones, let me try once more. The Grandees lived peaceful lives long before the painters emerged. The three great Grandese tribes were renowned for their artistry and of their discourse. We too had grand arenas like the Gestures, but within our arenas, eloquence landed a killing blow. I still remember the excitement of the oratory games. Every 4 years, the greatest minds came together to demonstrate their mastery of the spoken words. The debates were fierce and lengthy. I recall one, but that lasted 96 hours? Not as they once were, for three great Grandese tribes no longer exist. We are all that remains. But the games were simply not competition between us. They were a celebration and a chance to come together. And that spirit we continue to honor these days. Our debates are more humble in nature, but that allows us for more intimate, competitive environments. We have faced many challenges since the fracture, but our tradition lives on in one form or another. That's awesome. Awesome as hell. You're not a lady. Sorry? We Grandees are impervious to cold. It is utterly dreadful for one such as me. Can you guess why? Why? Because there is no need for clothes. We run about naked as the day we were born. As a fashion designer, my talents languish from this eyes. My life needs color and textures. Oh, I have a brilliant idea. Let me dress you, you and your two marvelous friends. But, before I drape you with elegance, you must first best me in eloquence. The battle that consists of 3 rounds. 3 rounds where one must display an excellence in poetry. I shall design new attire for the ones who are able to best me. Shall we begin? Sure. Then let us commence. Are you ready? I shall start. Finish my sentence in a wonderfully poetic way. Life blooms like a rose which petals soft and frail. Were even the strongest ones pale? Damn. I'm not good at this. I'm not good at this poetry stuff. I'm not good at it. It's over. I'm a fraud. Your words impress me. Let's continue. Life's a canvas painted with the colors of our strife. That's the artist's final stroke, completing every life. Poetic and magnificent. Let's continue. Life sings a song of joy and pain, its notes both sweet and bitter. It echoes and fades to stillness, our secrets follow after. Have a way with words, young lady. Hell yeah. You're good, I should have expected that. Hold on for a minute, it's going to take a while to create my masterpiece. There I am, I'm proud of this one. Ooh, it's a white version of her clothes? Well, let me check this. Very nice. I prefer the black though. Black purple. Mael, your turn. Life is but a fleeting dream, a whisper in the night. Well, you really just gotta pick the longest ones. Yeah, you just pick the longest ones and you win. Whoops. Oh, you. Yeah, this is all of these are just life. All of these poetry questions are life. Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. Rekindle passion for design. I should become a full-fledged fashion designer. You can count on it. Sick. Man. Oh, you're a shopkeeper? Enemies abound, but we hold firm. I just want to get the defense of the Gage Forge. Sort of. Between strong deception and violence, we choose the lesser evil. We are well versed in methods of misdirection to skillful application of sound. As you've surely seen with the bell we gifted our furry gestural friend not so long ago. Perhaps some of our design must be use of your journey? Okay. Okay. It is true the factory brought its share of ills, but there's beauty in its aftermath. Take these stations scattered across the mountains. Your ancestors rode iron horses from station to station. Astonishing, no? Many wonders your ancestors. It's very much love to go to Lumiere one day. Let's move. Are you a trader? Oh no, that's the guard. I can clear the snow, now I can clear the rubble, but this is too much. Must we truly dispose of this thing? It does not obstruct the way, it is simply there. Yeah, so I assume the mountain later on is like for, what's it called? Later on in the game, maybe? I don't know. Alright, where? Find and destroy the Paintress's hearts. That's Old Lumiere. Let's set up a camp before we do that real quick. We have a new song as well.
Is Golgra still mad at me?
What do you think?
Well, Golgra helped Noko start his merchant shop.
Yeah, but defying Golgra wasn't Noko's idea, was...
Noko would have done the same for me.
Noko would have got Golgra on his side first.
Bah! It's been 10 years. Golgra needs to get over it. I see you got stronger.
Well, I didn't spend the last few years hiding in the mountains.
The mountain where a Pelerin cut you in half and you cried for my help.
Yeah, the mountain where a Stalak stomped you, and I had to evacuate you.
You want to fight?
Unlike Jestrels, I need sleep, so I'll pass.
Coward.
Have you seen how weak you are now? I'd beat you blindfolded.
In the mountains, I have learned inner peace. These petty provocations do not work on me anymore.
I've missed our little excursions. Yeah, you do too, I know.
Remember our first battle against the duelist?
Sure do. We got our asses kicked pretty hard.
And this one time we tried to swim to the Red Tree Island and you got eaten by that snake.
Oh yeah, it turns out living inside a snake's belly is possible when you're immortal. Carving my way out was a nightmare though. Remember that time when you challenged Eskier to a duel?
Well, someone conveniently forgot to mention that Eskier is the most powerful creature in the world. Good times. Oh, and remember when...
Damn. Monoko challenged Eskier to a battle and
Good times indeed.
I assume he fucking blew up or something. Monoko.
What present? Oh, I got your note about, but I didn't see a present. Silly Batat.
I can spend time with Noko? Alright, let's do that.
How's my favorite patat?
How's my favorite not a patat?
Oh, I'm still your favorite, am I? Because you've taken a real shine to my L.
You're the one who asked me to make friends.
Fair enough. So tell me, patat to not a patat. Why are you tagging along? Really?
What do you mean, if I'm gonna be the greatest merchant of all time, then I need to find some
I
treasure.
don't believe you. Don't tell Monoko I said this, but you were and still are the greatest searcher of all time. And you know there are more lost Jestrels out there. Why be a merchant? Why go to Old Lumiere?
Meh. Just because I'm the greatest of all time doesn't mean I want to do it forever. You know, this forever same sucks.
It's not always bad.
Wait until you're my age, then we'll talk.
All right.
Besides, I need to keep Monoko out of
Monoko's
business.
all grown up now, and it's your turn to be the patat.
Meh.
So eloquent.
Noko, real one, yeah, Noko. Noko tree. Oh yeah, guy. Huh. Oh, I guess picture the guy with the lost Jestrels. That is fucking hideous. I can give Lune a paintbrush on her head. Brother, what the fuck?
The Grandis is so gentle. Who's going to protect them while Monoko's gone?
They can take care of themselves.
Really?
They've got their bells. Don't worry.
What do the bells do?
Ringing the bells makes the Nevrons flee. Although, It only works on Nevrons with ears, so not every Nevron.
Well, now I'm worried.
Yeah. Actually, me too.
Actually, me too.
Throwing rocks again.
Mm-hmm. You should try.
Eskia would be horrified that we're throwing stones into the lake.
Or he'd be super happy because we're sending them soaring on fun little adventures.
Oh, so they're like little rock expeditioners.
Exactly.
Would that make you Lumiere then?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm launching them on their journey and watching them from afar. Stone after stone after knowing they'll never come back.
And knowing you'll never stop.
You get it.
Yeah. I enjoy depressing poetry too.
That doesn't surprise me.
Is that what you're writing in your notebook all the time? Depressing poetry.
It's not all depressing. Why, what do you write about? You don't seem like a sunshine and rainbows type.
Mostly poetic insults to use on Monoko. Actually, writing is cathartic for me. It helps. Getting the thoughts out of my head and onto the paper. Giving shape to my feelings.
Can I see?
Do I get to read yours?
Mine's kind of personal.
Well, so is mine.
Yeah, but I bet you secretly want people to read it.
Okay, fine. I'll let you read mine, if I get to read yours.
Okay, deal.
Be kind, though.
Yeah, I can't promise that.
Mael and Verso feel closer to each other. Mael and Verso spent some time together. Mael proved to be extremely critical of Verso's writing. We go back to the other after Mael is done teasing Verso.
Monoko seems fun.
Oh, yeah.
Bet you guys got up to lots of trouble together.
That obvious, huh?
You guys getting us into more trouble now?
An appropriate amount of trouble.
I've spent some time with Gestrals. I'm not sure we had the same definition of appropriate.
Ah, let me guess. You've been to one of their arenas?
Reigning champion. Naturally.
Naturally.
Monoko seems...
Oh, no more.
You guys get... Reigning...
Naturally.
Okay.
Feet? Really?
Don't worry. He's not interested in human feet.
And the bell?
A gift from the Grandis.
Amazing. I wonder if we can achieve something similar.
I'll stick to my swords. I'm not too keen on
Luna
trying to
get
Nevron.
worried for a
If we
second.
combine this with Pictos, could we selectively use Nevron abilities in battle?
Okay, you seem busy. I'll come back later.
Nah, spend some time. Man, CL, I don't know, right? I'm saying, man. Verso approaches Luna. You can see that she wants to ask him more
I've
questions.
been wondering, why stay on the continent alone? Why not return to Lumiere?
I did.
You did?
I went back. Helped with the rebuild. After the fracture, we didn't have anything. Food, shelter. None of it.
Things must have been chaotic then.
Nothing like the end of the world to bring out the best and worst in us. I almost miss those times. You know the dome shield? My father and I helped build that.
Oh, why'd you leave then?
Those early expeditions, they were search and rescue. We didn't know about the Paintress then. We just wanted to find our loved ones. Like my mother.
I see. But this time, you didn't go back.
People didn't trust me. Guess I'm hard to trust.
Perhaps.
Guess they thought I knew more than I did. Halfway to the monolith, I was betrayed. Barely escaped. Kind of killed my interest in returning home. What about you? Do you miss home?
I spent my whole life studying the Paintress and the Monolith. This is where I need to be.
What a long-winded way to avoid answering the question.
Yes, there are things I miss.
You paint such a vibrant picture.
If you must know what I really miss of Viennoiserie.
Oh, good answer. I miss those too.
Benstar put that soul into
What?
that. Ooh.
I enjoyed this conversation.
High praise.
Lydia feels more relaxed in Verso's presence. She appreciates that Verso has shared actual useful information. He was like, ooh. Lydia becomes lost in thought, reflecting the information on the Verso. Verso feels ignored and goes back to the others.
Okay. Momo is Momo, and Nono is Nono.
Yes.
Then we've got Lulu, Mai, and Sissy.
I don't think they'll like that.
You sure you don't want to be Verver?
Berber?
Positive.
You sure you don't want to be a Berber?
She reminds me of someone.
This is the strongest creature in all of fucking the world, huh?
Who? Mael?
Have I met her before?
Well, you also thought you knew CL.
Oh, but I do. Wait, don't I?
Sometimes I feel like you know everyone.
Oh well, that's because you're all cousins. Same, but different.
Right, so, maybe it's that.
Yes. Just like Verso is Verso's cousin. Mael is Mael's cousin. Yes, that's it. You're so very wise.
Yep. Verso the Wise.
Oh, great name. Oh, can I be Eskia the Great? No, wait. How about Eskia the Brave? Oh, no. Eskia the Great is better.
You're just a big ball of nonsense sometimes, aren't you?
That's why we're best friends.
SK and Verso have fun talking to each other a bit more. Their bond grows. Bro, this guy makes no sense half the time. I love it. Eskia the Great. No. Eskia the Brave. Perfect. There we go. Monaco. What are we adding to you? Roulette, of course. We cannot not have roulette. Roulette is fun. Let's go gambling! Is that roulette here for you too? I have a couple more now. I don't need those, honestly. I don't really need those. All right, so an ad is about to run. Let's run the ad so that you guys do not miss anything else lore related. Cause like we're gonna write the journal now and then check up on the others. So you guys won't not miss anything. We're just gonna sit here and wait. All right, nice, awesome. So like, I think it's funny. Well, like Monoko's kind of like a Pokemon character, I guess. Then in some sense, because like you gotta catch them all, or like you gotta kill them all with Monoko to make him strong. So that's a very interesting mechanic that he has. Low key, pretty fun, pretty cool. Nyum, nyum. Old school slate. Hello. Was good. Yeah, we're just waiting on the ad. Horse game? Yeah. If you guys can reach that goal, I will try the horse game out. I will try the game with the horses. I am down to try that out. Yep, we're gambling. Hey, curator. Bro, this song is a fucking... Hold on. I can't listen to this. I can't listen to that on repeat. I need something happy. Just waiting on the ad so that we can all listen to the story at the same time. Come on, parkour and look at this shit. Ooh, bunny hopping. Ooh, oh. The Monoko's tall as shit, man. Holy. Low-key, it's kind of crazy that they bring Monoko this late into the game, though. Like, it's really late. It's like, he seems like a character that you want kind of early on so that you can start stacking early. No, I don't know how long is left on the game, so there could be quite a lot of time left, so... Because, like, I doubt they would ever bring a character like that this late, low-key. Why does Verso have so much health? What the fuck? Oh, inverted affinity, I think, maybe. Alright, as they're done, let's keep going.
What present? Oh, but I didn't see a...
Let's write in the journal. Let's honor Gustav. We spent some time writing in Gustav's journal to honor his memory. She writes about their encounter with Monoko and how exciting it is to travel with the Gestrel. Perhaps like Gustav's apprentices will read this journal someday. Mael heads back. Mael stares at the stars. Ciel appears next to Mael as they spend a moment in silence, both staring at the sky.
Can you teach me to fight better?
Better?
That white-haired bastard hit us before we even knew he was there. I want to return the favor. And you're the best fighter I know.
High praise.
You know they'll be back. I want to get them before they can get us.
Emotions are powerful. You have to make sure they work with you, not against you.
I know.
Okay. First lesson sounds obvious, but you need to see. Really see. Your eyes will tell you the truth, but your brain can lie.
What do you mean?
Emotion can mess with your perceptions. Make you miss important details on the field. Fixate on the wrong thing, or see what you want to see.
Okay.
You need to see things as they are, not how you think they are. See your target so you can understand your target. How they move, how they think, how they react. So you can anticipate and adjust. On the field, it's just you, your weapon, and your enemy. And you need to understand all three. Everyone has blind spots, so every day you ask yourself, what's yours? What's theirs? Do you know?
Thought this would be more of a technique lesson.
Nah, CL is very, very right on that. You need to actually know what the fuck is going on the field, not play with your feelings. Oh yeah, I'm playing the right. Shit, I think I...
You see, there
Oh,
was
never
a
mind.
stalact, and I smashed it, utterly destroyed it. I did it in 2 attacks, plenty of damage. There was nothing left. Then there was a giant Pelerin that attacked. It was tough, but I defeated it, no problem.
Pelerin's are weak. I could have done that blindfolded.
The fucking chest bomb.
This expedition is gloomy.
Yeah. They lost a lot of friends, and they just buried another. Grieving takes time.
How about a little verso magic to lighten the mood?
You mean the one that hurts like hell?
Yes, I mean the one that hurts.
What?
Alright, I'll do it.
you mean the one that hurts? Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Hi.
Not now, please. I'm working.
Hi.
Oh, Verso, there you are. How did... Oh, fuck! Oh my...
What is that?
What the fuck?
Hi. I'm a pair of legs that can talk. We're both Verso.
What?
You are so ridiculous.
How can your legs talk?
Ah, yes, I'm quite proud of that. Took a lot of training.
Does it? Does it hurt?
No, it doesn't.
Did you cut yourself in half? Did Monoko cut you in half?
Do you heal from the top or the bottom? Or do you have to bring the halves together? Hey, can you control the process?
So, if you're cut in half, does that mean you can be in 2 places at once? Can you go scouting with Monoko with your lower body, while your upper body stays here and talks to us?
Well, yeah, you see, I can go hunt Nevrons with my top half, while my bottom remains here cooking meals. Back in the days, that's what we used to do.
Can I... Are you...
Yeah, my hair is...
All that pain just to put a smile on their faces. Verso, aren't you getting too attached?
That was good. You mean the one that hurts like hell? Yes, I mean the one that hurts like hell. That's so good. God, I love him already, man. I think Monoko is probably like the better character right now. He's like one of the upper characters. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Old Lumiere. Oh, what the fuck? Is that a person?
Welcome, my friends, to Old Lumiere.
What the hell?
Anyone still here?
Just Nevrons.
So this is where our piece of Lumiere used to be. Before the fracture ripped apart the world and threw us into the sea.
We're lucky it did. That's probably the only reason we survived.
The heart of the Paintress is in the center. Let's go.
Oh yeah, is everybody? Yeah, everybody's full.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Oh. Oops. Longer powerful. On applying powerful, its duration is increased by 2. Oh, that's really good. Healing counter. Recover 25% health on counter attack. That's pretty good. Verso, you take this duel. Oh my god! Yo, he just fucking tapped me and I died. Okay, Verso, you got this on me. Boy, fuck you.
Not impressed.
Oh! My god, he hurts. Yo, this Gestural got fucking hands, bro. Nah, Verso got this. Verso solos, watch.
Oh well.
Fuck you!
My turn. You're outmatched.
Dink, dink,
Break.
big!
My turn.
Ah, shit! God damn it. It's such a weird looking attack. Nah, I got this, guys. I got this, trust. Verso will solo. Verso solo's fiction. It's just that easy. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh well.
There we go. Oh! Alright, I have... Well, shit. I messed up. Oh!
Last ditch effort.
Okay. Break! Beautiful.
I'll manage. Here we go. Oh well.
Ah, for fuck's sake! It's always the first attack that I die to. Oh my god. Nah, but why do these merchants have better hands than everybody else? Come on, let's fucking do this shit. Come on. Bitch! Oh! Alright, break.
Break.
Beautiful.
My turn. Let's carve a path. Here we go.
Oh my god, he's so low. Oh, my health.
I'll manage. Here we go.
Die, thank you. There we go, that's how you do it. See? The fuck is this weapon? Algueron? Ah, that's a Fortel weapon. Great, I don't have money. Let's level those up. Actually, what the fuck do those even do? Longer powerful. Loki, I think longer powerful should go to I'll do that after. Let's go fight somebody and then this place is kinda cool.
We'll need a way forward.
The heart is in the center of the city. All right? Show off a bit, Minoko.
Just admit you can't do it yourself.
Monoko, you fucking bitch. What did you do? Is he crying or laughing?
Minoko, why the hell did you...
Sorry, I fucked up. I just wanted to show off.
We just have to regroup. The others should be fine. Verso said the heart is in the center of Old Lumiere, right?
Right. Okay, Minoko, stop crying. We have to move.
Yes, sorry.
Oh damn, we lost the gang. Jesus, why is Monoko so tanky? Oh my god.
Friends, I beg your forgiveness for landing us in this quagmire.
It's okay, Minoko. Let's move on, shall we?
The fuck is that over there?
Lovely.
Has the UI changed? Yeah. Come here. Do you have legs that I can get? Any legs? Yes, sir. We got legs. We're unbalanced right now.
Let us stay.
Almighty. So you're weak to ice.
Lune, attention.
Oh shit! Oh my god, you one-banged me!
Oh, really?
Jeez, okay. Okay, bro, alright.
My, what lovely feet.
Damn, he said that, huh? Alright. Let's just break you real quick.
Awaken fear. Danger!
There you go.
Let the ink flow.
Nah, I don't need it.
Your fate is sealed. I feel better.
Give me all that AP.
Lovely feet.
Dink! Dink! Batlum. Go this way real quick, see what's up. All right. Big, 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 big. Yeah, now you rock slide for stagger.
Awaken fear.
Bang! For teleprocs.
Your turn to dance.
Oh my god, you just died.
Let the ink flow.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Okay. Chevalier piercing.
Your turn to dance.
Ready to evade.
No, my gradient counter, no. Shit. See, I'll come up.
I'm back.
There you go. Dong.
It likes you.
Perfect. New sorrow. Parries increase the bestial wheel by 1. Taking damage resets the bestial wheel. Upgraded skills deal 1 plus more damage. Sounds interesting. The fuck is that over there? How do I get to that thing? I want to go touch that thing. There's a path over there, so we're gonna have to walk around, I assume. I guess that's like a second path.
How exactly did our piece of Lumiere end up on an island when the rest of the city is here?
One of the great mysteries. I wish we had more time.
Oh, 3 enemies, great.
Sweet taste of battle.
Damn the damage. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're dead.
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
Foolish move.
Oh, fuck. Lump. Ow. Just go crazy. Dunk, dunk. All right. Has to be somebody down here, right? Yeah, I knew it. Always items around here, around these corners and stuff. It wasn't much though.
What have we here?
Oh, can I return back to that other area? Because I want to get that weapon. Let me see if I can return somehow. Damn, I can't go back. Yeah, unfortunately I can't go back, it seems. Well, shit.
So, Monoko, what was life like before the fracture?
The world was smaller and cozier. Livelier. There were many more of us Jestrels back then. The fracture tore our villages apart. Only a fraction of a fraction survived. Our forests are filled with Jestrels awaiting rebirth.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh. You can't catch me up there, stupid. I'm literally getting spawn camped the second I go up.
Feel the burn.
Dude, holy shit, okay, man.
Here's your card. Look out.
Ready to evade.
It likes you. Oh, really?
I'll do it.
You saved me.
Chevalier thrusts. Damn, that's very good. Holy shit.
Interesting.
Anything around? Nope. What are these kids again? Fading man. I have nothing but time, I suppose, to sit and think. These days, I'm just a man who sits and thinks. When she was young, she'd get sad thinking about mortality, but when I asked her about her sadness, her answer surprised me. Are you talking the paintress? She paints. She wasn't scared of death itself. She was sad because there are no more work of art that she'd ever be able to see in her lifetime. So many fables around the world that she'd never be able to collect to bring her life in her workshop. All the beauty in the world she'd never get to experience. That saddened her. I experienced them to believe that their dreams are within their grasp, but she proved me a liar. She did love a challenge. She loved the challenge of all of them, and I are the most like all of them. It's important to remember the ones we love, to keep them alive in our minds when they're far away, far, far away. I paint them, so I can remember them, remember their faces. The man has gone silent. Interesting. So I assume these people are probably like dead. The dead people after the Gamage or something maybe. Or like the paintress made them. Runes?
Doesn't that look like one of Eskier's stones?
Oh, yeah.
Let's bring him a gift. I was surprised you agreed so readily to Verso's plans.
He seems to be our best bet for now. We lack too much information.
Do you trust him?
I trust that he wants to reach the paintress, so for now, our interests are aligned.
He has been helpful. Still, I have this feeling he's hiding something.
Minoko, how did you meet Verso?
I don't really remember. I feel like I've always known Verso.
You mentioned traveling with other expeditions.
Quite a few.
How many? What happened to them?
What happened to them?
Maybe ask Verso when we find him.
Yeah, okay. Finding them comes first. Any idea what this is?
I'm afraid not.
What the hell?
This is my first time here as well.
Oh, there's an expedition log. "58.
58. They were the ones that Verso was traveling with.
I believe so.
Really? I thought it was from 0.
They made it surprisingly far. An axon. Interesting. Verso is... Is this true?
Mael's with him.
We need to go. Now!
Verso would never harm her.
Okay.
Can you stand? Minoko
42.
gets a bit carried away sometimes.
My back hurts, but I'm fine.
Good. The others are probably heading towards the center of the city. We'll rejoin them there.
Feels like home.
Yeah. Feels like home. You okay?
Monoko fits well in the disaster expedition, eh?
Yeah. It does. After you.
Something's up with Versa.
Speak.
Fucking, I'm not even done with Inverted Affinity, man.
Where do you live in Lumiere?
Above a bakery near the center. Angelique's Boulangerie. I ate there every morning. I wonder if it's still there.
It's called Mathilde's now. When this is over, you should go and visit.
Something is amiss. So Verso's like, what, a suspect now or some shit. Something's gonna happen from his something happened in his expedition that's causing Lune to go crazy.
You're outmatched. Ready to strike.
Take down their shields. En garde.
Ah, shit, bro. Damn, that's crazy. Ah, close. Oh, shit.
Finesse and precision. On me.
No, I pressed too early. I'll be late. Shit. That's... Oh my god. I pressed too late. There we go. Now I'm not gonna be stupid. I need to actually commit to my defenses, not sit there and spin my head.
Flames. On me.
Just break them. Ding dong. Bing. There we go. Now I got Inverted Affinity fucking out of here, bro. Oh my god, finally. Yes, I would. Man! Can I not? Dude, really?
I never said there was treasure.
Oh. There's an expedition log. Survivor.
5th of February. The Brigadiers are overdue from their mission to the Monolith, and we've lost half our remaining fighting strength to these creatures and their relentless assault. All adults have taken up arms, but I'm a bookkeeper. What am I supposed to do? Count them before they slaughter us? We've hidden the children. At least they're warm and dry in the cellars, but rations are running low. Things are calmer now at the hospital, but that's because most die before we can get to them. I guess I'm living out of pure stubbornness at this point. Survival isn't really survival anymore. Everyone's so quiet lately. Afraid we'll draw attention. Sometimes I talk to myself just to hear another human voice. Trevor, you promised I could die before you. You promised.
What the fuck is down there then? I need to fight one more person. Come here.
Let's carve a path. Let's carve a path.
Ding, ding, bing.
Let's spill some ink.
There we go. That's how you're supposed to do it. Bang! Good damage.
Ready to go.
And then you die to burn. Funny. Alright, so, oh yeah, Mael got new stuff, so let me just... Double gradient generation while in defensive. If stanceless, base attack switches to defensive. Dude, that's good, right? But like, dude, the 1 AP... Nah, I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna go with Duenim still. Do I have Energizing Start 2? Yeah, I do. I think I need this. I can use that on something else. Let's see. Energizing Parry, I guess. Sick.
Nice.
I wonder what these swords are though. What the fuck? Hi. And I'm full energy. It's just that fast. Holy shit. Maybe I need to start using 9 costs a bit. Oh.
Blades sharp.
Holy shit, you're so low.
I'll manage. I'll use your fire.
Ready to parry.
Get ready.
Sick. Loki, I kinda wanna swap. Oh, never mind. What? The T-pose. Verso?
Verso? Verso? Putain. Where did he go?
What the fuck? Okay.
Verso, where did you go? I need to find Lune and Ciel, quickly.
What the fuck? Okay. Okay, I rarely offensive switch in this. Oh, was ditching me a Monoko? That's strange though. Where the fuck did Verso go? Yeah, swap offensive switch maybe. Panzer slurring instead. Oh yeah, I can't even swap anymore. Dude, that's so cool. Shit's been like cut in half and stuff. This game is really cool. Oh shit, hi. Auto rush? Oh, that looks really good. Oh, come on then, lads. Let's go. Let's do this shit. Come on, homie. Let's fucking do this. Come on then. Ah, my god. No. This is a fight I need to win. This is a fight we need to win. Oh my god, I'm so late. I mean, early on those. Damn, it's the same exact way I died there. Holy shit. Okay.
On me.
Oh my god. Now I got this. I got this shit. Oh, so close. There we go, that's more like it.
Ready to parry.
There we go.
Blades sharpened. Blade cut through the flames. On me.
Bink. Okay, next one. Come on then. God damn it. Maybe I go into virtuous instead of doing that. Alright. I messed up. Fuck's sake. I let go for 2 seconds.
Dance. Let's dance.
Beautiful damage.
You do it.
Okay. Oh! Roulette. Big.
On me. Okay.
There we go. That's more like it. See, it only took me a couple of seconds, but I got that. We got those. I'm him. I'm John Parry. Dude, this like, this area really makes you wonder, like, what the fuck actually happened? What caused all this shit to happen, you know? Oh, you just walk around? Oh yeah, I just walked around.
Think I'm close.
Oh yeah, you're definitely close, alright.
This manor's intact. Why does it feel so familiar? I know this place.
Can I talk to this? Thank you. No, where is it? Okay, yeah, investigate one of these higher cost ones would low-key be pretty good, I think, at this point, because like I'm just getting so much AP now. I learned that cost isn't really fucking bad at all. Fuck cheap costs when you can just go all in. The hell is this? What's over here? Nothing but rubble. Alright. This place is very, very open. Holy. Dude, what's so special about this place? Oh, this is the manor. It's a manor door. Yeah, that's the manor. Oh, that's a female curator. Damn, hear me out, y'all. I'm just saying.
I knew you'd open the door for her.
Oh my god, he's back.
Really, Verso? This was your plan? How many times must you hurt our family?
No, no, you don't get to lecture me on family.
Why do you refuse to see I am doing this for us? Yet you insist on rushing toward death. You're trying to stop the wrong cycle.
You're doing this for yourself.
Of course. It's easier for you to think that, isn't it? Easier to betray us if I'm the villain.
So move. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
A really little one?
Told her the truth. Have you, son?
Son?
Sorry we're late. We were busy doing a bit of reading. Were you planning on sharing that this man, the man who murdered our team, is your father?
Family is not my favorite topic. Right, can we talk about this later? I'd really like for you all to survive this.
Oh, the music.
Feel the burn.
You forced us to this point.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay, it's a 4-hit string. Your son's dead, bro.
Let's finish this.
From fire.
She won't help you this time.
Oh my god. You're not done yet! God
Let
damn!
the ink flow. Lightning, strike!
Okay.
I'm not angry, just disappointed.
What the fuck is that? Oh my goodness.
I'll manage. Don't die.
Ah, wrong heal. God damn it. Well, shit.
Finesse and precision.
Careful,
Tearing
Mael.
this family apart.
Okay. Heal you up. Right. Who we have?
Let's spill some ink.
Let's get the fuck out of Virtuos.
You should be fighting by my side.
I'm dead. Damn. Okay.
Let us stain them.
Get the fuck back up, homie. Dude, that's a really hard attack
Okay,
to read.
not leaving you behind.
Oh!
Chroma is flowing.
Oh shit, rest in peace, Mael. Damn.
Let's have some
Can I restart the fight from here? I think I want to restart. Damn, I can't restart.
Sorry I failed. Let the ink flow.
You're not on fire.
Feel the burn.
Let's have some fun. Luna, careful.
God damn it. I need to learn. I need to force myself to learn. Yeah, I lost. Okay. Oh, what? Yo, what the fuck?
Here's your card. Try me.
I'm dead.
Time to bleed.
Okay, Monoko got this. Monoko solos, watch.
Oh, really?
There we go. My goats.
That's more like it.
Oh, damn.
Sweet taste of Pandora.
Good damage.
Foolish move.
Gradient counter. Dong.
Sweet taste of Pandora.
Okay, nice. Petals started to gather around Renoir. What the fuck is this? Okay.
I am refreshed.
Is this a gradient? No. No. That's a gradient.
Foolish move.
What the fuck? Okay. So he's got new strings. All right. Cool. Game. Oh, sick. Oh, so I got my full team now. Lune, get out. Monoko, come back. He's just standing there. He's just standing there. Menacingly.
I'd really like for you all to...
You forced us to this point. Faster.
I'm in balance right now, so no.
Flames. On me.
She won't help you this time.
That's a long one. That takes a long ass time to come out. Good damage.
I'm
Ready
not
to
angry,
carry.
just disappointed.
Okay.
So much power.
Good lord, the damage. Oh my goodness.
Shocked.
I've healed the wrong person again, man.
Tearing this family apart.
Energized.
You're not burning anymore though. Apply 3 stacks.
Should be fighting by my side.
Okay.
You're outmatched.
I don't know what the fuck these do, so we kill them.
Break.
On me.
Oh. Ow. Okay. We have time.
Blade cut through the flames.
All right.
Your end is nigh.
Damn. I'm dead. Monoko. The petals heal Renoir. Oh my god.
Cut him down. No time to lose. Oh well.
Oh, there we go. Yes.
Let's have some fun.
Break.
Finesse and grace from fire.
Ready to strike. Your end is nigh.
Big damage. Big damage. Summon strange masks. What the fuck?
Ready to parry.
Watch out.
Let's dance.
Jesus, what the fuck? Okay.
Some damage.
You need healing.
On me.
More masks. Okay.
Please survive. Ready to parry.
Watch out. Bring it on. Watch out, my
Perfect.
Precise.
Per se.
My turn.
We still got powerful, so might as well just go damage.
Break.
Bang! He dies. The Melarum. Uh-oh. What the fuck is going on? Damn. Wait, where is CL? Oh, there she is.
Everyone all right?
Where's Noko?
Okay.
No! Noko!
Noko's broken.
Why can't you accept who you are!
What the fuck? Also, he said Alicia. What? What's bro doing? You tell me, man. You just do things. Okay, so what?
What is that? Will you tell me your name?
Are you Alicia? Then? Or like Ismael? Who the fuck? What is going on? Okay.
Where did it go? No. Alicia.
Fuck!
Interesting. Back at camp. We're back after this mini adventure, I guess.
Oh, Dory. Thank you, mon ami.
Care to explain?
Yeah. Verse is gonna have to explain a bit to them.
Father.
I don't think of him as my father anymore.
Still, why didn't you just tell us?
Because it's private. And it's painful and it's none of your business. I cut ties with him decades ago.
Lying by omission is still lying.
I've told you everything you need to know.
I'd rather make that determination for myself.
I think we can
Okay,
all
but
understand
like-
where each other's coming from, right? He hasn't steered us wrong yet,
Yeah, like
but we're a team now.
if Verso told them,
Won't
then
get
they would have
very
been
far if we
very
don't
sketched.
trust each other.
Families. Complicated.
Yeah. If Verso were to tell them that he is Renoir's son, then that would have been way more complicated. And I don't think anybody would have really trusted him as much.
The stories say that Gestrels reincarnate. Is that true? Can you bring Noko back?
Partially. We can bring Noko back to life. But not all of Noko will return. It will be a different Noko. The one you knew is gone.
I'm so very sorry, my friend. all for naught. The Painter's heart was in that manor, and now it's gone. We have no way to access the monolith.
Expedition 58 seemed to think you knew another way.
What?
We found 58 and their journals.
So that's how you... I wasn't hiding it. If that's what you're implying, it's a dead end.
Wait, what are you talking about?
There is someone else who can help us.
Okay. Let's go find them then. Oh, the curator?
Excuse me. Is it true? Can you make a weapon that can pierce the barrier? Do you need something from the Axons? Do you need their hearts?
Look, to create this weapon, he needs enormous amounts of pure chroma, which is way beyond what we can get from Nevrons. The only source are Axons, yes. But like I said, that's a dead end, it's impossible.
Why? What are Axons?
They're massive creatures living on islands around the monolith. They're much stronger and much more dangerous than Nevrons. I can't die, and I still couldn't take them down.
Yet we found the corpse of one in Old Lumiere, so it's
Oh,
possible.
that's what an axon
I know
is?
how that one died. But I'm telling you, listen to me, please. Our chances of taking them down without you lot dying are close to zero.
Close, but not zero. Death is coming either way. And as expeditioners, if we die fighting.
Wonderful pep talk.
I know.
Alright, so you okay, so Lune is suicidal then, huh?
Alright, if we're going to fight the Axons, then let's be smart about it.
What do you mean?
I've had a few rough encounters with the Axons.
Mm-hmm.
There are 3 located on islands around the monolith, and we need at least 2 hearts to get enough chroma. One lives on a mountain too high for us to reach, so that one's out. We should start with the one to the west of the monolith. It's already been weakened by previous expeditions, right?
Yeah, good idea. Maximize our chances.
Or we embrace the challenge and pick the one in the east.
I like your spirit.
Thank you.
Did you listen to what I just said?
Oh. Are you fucking dumb? Like, why is Monoko so fucking tanky? Holy shit. Who gets auto rushed then? I guess you can get auto rush. Yeah, perfect. Monoko, a chunky bitch. Yeah, he fucking thick, dude. Yeah, fucking thick boy. We don't really use shell, so I don't need energizing start then. I gotta get energizing parry though. Oh, you got healing counter, that's why you're so fucking fat, holy. I would like a bit more health instead, honestly. Where's critical burn? There you are. Perfect. So I got a new weapon for someone. Here, Melarum. Ooh, really nice looking. Jesus, that's a whole lot of damage. I'll keep it. Unless I can level this other one up real quick. Okay, there you go. That's almost just as strong. Kind of. Okay, this weapon is really good, I think. So I might just level this one up. Dualiso is not getting unequipped. I think Dualiso is really good, and it's just cool looking. I'll just do Wildfire here instead. Crippling Tsunami? Let's see. Any skills to upgrade? Anything new? Lightning Dance. Isn't that just Thunderfall but better? Yeah! Literally better. It's harder to trigger extra damage though. That's fine. Pure damage. We love glass. We love glass. How much crit is everybody rocking? Yeah, so I'll get about a 50% if I get about a 50% chance if I honestly, I really don't need this. So I could just do Thunderfall still. In case. But yeah, like, honestly, I don't need because like Thunderfall is already good.
Tough.
And do you think our chances are close to 0?
I didn't think you cared about odds.
Lune and I have less than a year. But Mael's different.
Yeah, let's spend time with everybody then.
Story time?
Let me think.
Come on. You've been alive for over 60 years. You must have tons of stories.
Over 100 years, actually. So, it's hard to choose.
You're 100 years old and so indecisive?
All right. Let me think. Okay. I'm gonna share something really dark with you.
Oh, I'm so intrigued.
It's about my hair.
your hair.
What?
That's a bit literal on the dark and personal.
Hey, I'm sharing a heartfelt secret here. Do you want the story or not?
Please.
Sometime after the fracture, my hair turned completely white, like an old man. Luckily, the Gestrel village has a hairstylist quite skilled in color treatments.
Lucky.
But he's always napping when I get there, and his apprentice always mucks things up. I'm lucky my hair's not purple this time.
Purple could be fun.
So,
Hey, man.
your turn.
That was hardly dark.
That
or
was not
personal.
dark,
What
bro.
hair? Old man, I'm revealing myself here.
All you've revealed is that you're vain and that you're really bad at making appointments.
Vain? Hey, I'm not the one with all the bracelets and rings.
Actually, my students made these bracelets for me to remember them by. Because chances are we'll never see each other again.
Not necessarily.
I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist. My youngest student is 6. Her parents will gommage when she's 12, and she herself won't live past 21. Her parents did the maths. They'll have 12 years as a family, and she'll experience 21 years of life. These are the choices we get to
Damn.
make. The earlier you have children, the more time you get to share with them, the more life they'll get to live. And every year you wait.
You're shortening your child's life.
Precisely.
You don't have any children, though.
No, I don't, but I have my students. One of my friends, Sophie, said it best. She said she loves her children so much, the best thing she could do for them is not to have them. See? Dark and personal.
Yeah, you've set the bar high.
Come back with a better story next time.
Though Verso's story was rather lacking, CL appreciated Verso slightly more than before. Sick. CL and Verso spent a bit too long teasing each other before going back to the others.
Lune. Okay.
Lune stands by the fire, deep in thought. Verso tries to get her attention.
Do you like cats?
What?
Do you like cats?
I think you've spent too much time alone. You've forgotten how to start a human conversation.
I just have this feeling you're a cat person.
Well, you're wrong. I did have a dog named Pat, though.
You named your dog Paw. That's like if my parents named me Foot.
My sister named him when we were kids. Stella. She was a gifted artist. And fiery. She definitely made the most of the time she had.
Were you close?
When we were younger, I guess. But my brother and sister had their own lives. They didn't care about my parents' research.
Doesn't seem fair.
No. I'm glad they got to live. Sol was a great older brother. That's actually how I met Gustav. Sol was dating his sister.
So, you knew Gustav for quite a while then?
That's an awful lot of personal questions.
It is, isn't it? All right, we can talk about me again if you want.
How generous of you.
Ask away. I'm being sincere. Go ahead, ask me anything you want. We've got all night.
Remember, you offered. Do you like monkeys?
Oh, come on.
Verso and Lune enjoy a moment together. Lune is in such a mood that she forget to ask Verso other important questions, which Verso takes notes of. Lune is actually opening up! Have a bit more fun parading the camp. Finally.
Ready for the axons?
Verso approaches Mael, who is all alone by the lake.
What was it like for you, growing up in Lumiere?
Aside from being a sad and lonely orphan, it was great. Although technically, everyone in Lumiere is an orphan.
How old were you when your parents passed away?
Around 3, I guess. Yeah, I was an unwelcome surprise. They never wanted kids. And they definitely didn't want one right before their gommage.
Yeah. Your arrival must have caused quite a bit of concern.
Panic's probably a better word. Then they died. And I bounced around from family to family. I can't even remember all of them. I was kind of a weird kid, I guess.
So was I.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was obsessed with my piano. And
I was a bit more severe than that. I used to have lots of nightmares and talk to myself. Kept running away from home all the time.
Nah, if that's weird, then we're all weird. Actually, I kind of think everyone's a weird kid in someone's eyes.
Well, I was a weird kid in everyone's eyes.
Even Gustav's.
I'm in love with Lune. I'm cooked, I fear.
It's why he and his
It's
sister took
Jover.
me. Nobody else wanted me. But I guess Gustav and Emma used to be weird kids too. So they liked me.
See? Everyone's weird. What did you do in Lumiere? Ciel was a farmer, Lune was a researcher, Gustav was an engineer. What about you?
Nobody wanted me for any of the fancy apprenticeships. So I got stuck as a runner for the warehouses. But that turned out to be kind of nice. I got to go everywhere in the city. I probably know the place better than anyone.
Yeah? What was your favorite place?
The Hanging Gardens. Me and Gustav used to go up there a lot. Do you miss Lumiere?
Yeah. I do. Not just the place, but everything about that time. The festivals, the gardens, dancing the night away on the harbour. Before... well, all this. That home is gone. Not just the place, but also the people.
The
You
men
have
and the
us
children
now.
too.
Yeah. And you've got me. So, you want to dance the night away?
Maybe us, Ciel.
Mael starts to open up to Verso. She feels more comfortable with him. As so does Verso with Mael. Mael and Verso spend some time reminiscing. Then head back to the others.
I'm sorry,
Monoko!
We'll bring Noko back.
I know.
I'm ready.
When the time is right.
Hell yeah, I want to spend time with Monoko. We approach Monoko, who's carefully cleaning his Nevron's legs. I'm giga cooked. It's over.
Polishing your collection of Nev legs.
Yes. Aren't they beautiful?
Beautiful is a word that one could use.
Your lack of enthusiasm is disappointing.
Why do you need to polish them anyway?
A warrior must be prepared for battle. And battle is just as much mental as physical.
Bro, this fucking guy in his
Mental,
legs.
Imagine you're a Nevron and you see me charging toward you, brandishing the well-polished and gleaming leg of one of your brethren. Think of the intimidation.
True. I wouldn't want to battle anyone who's using your hairy foot as a club. All for the smell of the intimidation.
And then I transform into one of them. Ha! Intimidation and
Intimidation
confusion.
and
From
the
that
confusion.
alone, the battle is already won. The rest is mere cleanup.
Funny. Doesn't seem to work for you against stalacts, does it?
Stalacts are too stupid to realize they should be intimidated and confused.
Right. Definitely not because you're afraid of them.
Pah! Me? I fear no Nevron. Least of all a stalact.
Perfect.
Nah, bro.
In that case...
Monoko is like primo
intimidate some
waffler.
stalacts. They've got some time to kill.
Yes, well, that would definitely be quite exhilarating. But maybe later. I really need to finish polishing all these legs.
And now he's avoiding it. Oh my god.
I've missed you. Alright then. Come on, move over and hand me an extra cloth. Let's get these legs shining so bright they blind our enemies and send them screaming.
As they polish the Neveron legs, Monoko exuberantly bellows the war chant and bullies Verso to sing it along. They sing together with great gusto. Lude comes over to shush them, but ends up joining the polishing effort. It takes a while, but they finally finish and head back to the others. Bro actually dodging.
Mad.
Esky,
I'm stinking mad.
about Noko.
That was mean. I thought he cared. Renoir's not being Renoir.
He's not. I know, buddy. I'm mad too.
SK, just fucking like punch him or some shit. I don't know, just kill him. Verso approaches SK, who stares intensely at his armband.
That armband looks nice.
Yeah, I guess it's official. We're part of the disaster expedition now. Are you jealous?
I'm doing all the hard work. Where's my armband?
So, you want an armband too?
Maybe.
Maybe.
You barely have arms.
Not true. Anyway, I want a headband.
Your head is humongous. You're gonna need so much cloth.
I have a big brain.
Alright, it's your big brain. I'll see what I can do.
Oh yeah, you may have a big brain, but it definitely doesn't sound like you have one. Oh my god.
Happy now?
Ooh, this is the nicest thing ever.
SK is even more excited than usual. Verso has given SK the greatest gift ever. SK is overcome with emotion. SK dances around with his armband for a bit before they return to the others. Wait, does he just have that on now? Oh my god, he does. Meet up with the others. Let's go. Let's see what's up.
So, the masked person with Renoir, that's your sister? What a hard leap to make.
Her name's Alicia.
What's wrong with her? She wears a mask all the time, she never talks, and she's always staring.
She was trapped in a fire a long time ago. Damaged her face and her throat, so, yeah.
I love how we have two wafflers. Yeah, just we've got the
come to see me.
the airbag, the airbag mute. I mean the airbag waffler, and then we've got the
he told me.
the confident
She helped
waffler.
me before. I thought she'd help me again, but it seems she's chosen a different side. Family is complicated, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you want the armband back?
What?
I feel like a fraud wearing it, given, you know.
Nah, come on,
Wear it
man.
Anyway, you said you chose your side, right?
I did. You're not upset with me.
Strangely, no. I hate secrets, but Gustav always gave people the benefit of the doubt. And your actions are what matters. I trust you.
Thanks.
My goat. Gustav. The greatest character in fiction. Mael finds a spot where she can write. She spends some time writing in Gustav's journal to honor his memory. She writes about old Lumiere and how their city was actually transported from the continent to the ocean. She hopes Gustav's apprentices will read this journal someday. Mael heads back. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Alright, let's go. Sleepy time. SK ability unlocked. Oh, a new one? Swim through coral reefs. Expedition escape? SK can now take you to the continent from any expedition flag. What? Oh, so these are the two. I see. Oops.
Let us get wet.
Swim, swim. What the hell is over here? Oh, that's one of the... That's the guy.
That's the swimmer.
That's the swimmer. There's mimes here. And a lost gestrel. It's Okido. Oh wait, what the hell?
I'm ready.
Time to bleed.
No time to lose.
Put powerful on everybody.
Ready to parry.
Okay.
Let's carve a path.
Okay. Get her up again.
Merci.
Okay, never mind. I don't think I'm supposed to fight these dudes yet.
Let's dance.
Yeah, I'm dead. I'm a bit early on this fight. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Did I escape?
Cup is full.
Let's fucking go. I'm out. So what are these enemies here? I want to kill these guys. Hello, y'all. There it is.
I'm ready.
Damn, alright.
Ready to parry.
Oh well.
One down. Radiant counter. Oh, we applied rush to everybody.
Cut him down.
I can't hit you, right? Never mind, yeah, I can't hit you. Bit annoying. I can hit you, though. Did you just blow up? You're just, like, not even alive.
A precise strike.
Damn. You buff your allies. Incredible buffing.
You're outmatched.
There we go. That was easy. Potierim. Okay, so what the fuck does Potierim do? Healing skill generate additional light. Okay, so that's a light-based healing. So what the fuck does Minoko have for skills? Apply shell. And then gives AP to all cast. Okay. But Loki, I kinda don't need more AP. I already have enough AP, I think. My AP level is like perfect right now.
Time for swim.
Sick. Visages.
So this is Visage Island.
He who guards truth with lies.
Interesting.
All those faces.
Yes, they are.
An infinite sea of them.
What the fuck? They're like, oh my god.
Here's the island singing.
This melody.
This is creeping me out.
Oh, it's the shopkeeper. What the fuck? What the hell?
What's it doing?
Expedition 69.
It's not attacking.
Was that an invitation?
So it seems.
Feels like a trap.
I don't mind a straightforward path for once. Better than battling through a mountain of Nevrons.
No, Verso's right. Something feels off.
Oh, well, we all died. What the fuck is that? What the shit is this?
Oh, I'm harmless. You don't need those.
Well, if you're harmless, then these weapons will stay harmless too.
Touche.
Touche.
Well, Visage invites you to join him in his chamber at the end of this path. I assume that's why you're here.
Where do the other paths lead?
You're free to traverse them. Masks are not just to obscure, they may also illuminate. Look for the masks that you need.
Meaning?
The invitation stands.
Okay.
Well, head straight to the Axon. Or take the other paths.
You know, I do want to take the other paths. See what's up with them. Exploring never hurts, you know? Phantom stars. That's something I want. I want this. I want this. Anything new? Mael, what do you have? Sword ballet, I think, also is one I need or want. Yeah, let's just explore. Bluraga. Healing share. Receive 15% of all heals affecting other characters. Oh my god. You know what, Minoko, you take this fight.
Why, yes, I'd love a dance.
Oh, so now you stomp.
Violence, yes.
Now you stomp. Incredible. Okay.
The fun begins.
That regen's fucking nothing, dude. Really.
Wow, wow.
Wow, wow. Okay.
The bitter dregs.
Just keep healing.
Oh, really?
Oh my god, I suck.
Wow, wow.
Wow, wow, wow. Heal once again, we got this.
I'd love a dance.
Now that's the attack, that's a stomp, right? And I died. Because he critted me. Minoko, you got this. Solo him, Minoko. Take him.
That's more like it.
There we go. Mmm.
A bit of violence, yes? Oh, really?
Ah, too early. And you crit, and then you crit. You're literally one hit and you crit. Oh my god! What incredible luck!
I'd love a dance.
Okay. There we go. Oh, beautiful. I am almighty. And then he dies. Sadon. Bro, why are you giving me so many CL stuff? Let's head this way first. fuck was that sound?
That will help.
Okay. Oh. Well, shit.
Everything's destroyed.
Normally, I enjoy a little destruction. But this doesn't...
Hold up. How much does roulette cost? 5? Honestly, you can grab healing share, I think.
Doesn't feel right.
Holy shit, the music?
Yeah.
Yeah. Caster. I'll just whack you.
Your turn to dance. Your turn to dance.
Alright.
Ready to strike.
You know, I don't need it. You both will die pretty much from this hit, so... Yeah, and they're dead. The fuck is that?
Useful.
Oh, is that a new foot? I think that's a new foot. Yeah, that's a new foot. Just...
I'm ready. Take down their shields.
A bit of violence, yes.
Okay. Try to counterattack.
On me.
Okay. Okay, that's a long winded attack. Sick. Nice. Okay. Well, shit.
Take down their shields. That's better.
Just bop 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 bop. Sick, new skill. Chapeliers. Ooh, place mark? Sure. Oh shit. So guys, an ad is about to start. You guys know the drill. Whenever ads start, we sit here and just take a second to wait for the ads. Right, you guys will not miss anything, trust. Oh, right. This game's pretty good so far. I like this area. I wonder, will I be able to explore the entire area before I get to the final place, or will I have to like come back later on, or will I whatever? Also, what the hell are these? Oh my god, I just realized it has a face. And that's like its core. It's cool. Is that an enemy? It doesn't, it's not moving, so yeah, that's not an enemy. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you. But yeah, this is gonna be interesting to see how this island works and how this Axon fight works. I just gotta figure out where the fuck to go properly. That looks like a boss down there. So we're gonna just not go that way. But I like this area. Pretty cool so far.
An advantage.
Okay. I can't fight that yet because, you know, ads. So we're gonna be waiting. We're gonna be waiting patiently here, right here, on this spot. I could level my Dualiso to level 10 now, though. Which would be pretty good, I think. Doing him level up would be is gonna be pretty good, honestly, as well. Start the battle in balance. Balance must come as powerful for 3 turns while in balance. So this is all about balance. This is all about mask changing. Honestly, I prefer Nusaro. Okay, so I have two heavy. That's a balance. That's an agile, and then that's a caster. All right. Gaming time. Welcome back, everybody. Meet you with a paradigm. Okay. Alright, Minoko's in balance now. Everything's too expensive in balance right now, though. Ooh, okay. Roulette just kind of hit badly there. Oh. Okay, it's a 3-hit swing. There you go.
Your turn to shine.
Gradient counter!
You're outmatched.
Break! Oh shit, almighty.
I'm ready. A precise strike.
Okay. Oh, more resplendent. So this is where we're starting to get resplendent stuff. Pretty cool. Ah, shit. What the fuck is that?
Nice.
What the hell did I just get? There. On every damage dealt, try to consume if successful. Interesting. I guess I'll try it out. Hi.
Ready to strike. No time to lose.
Okay.
Yeah. Take down their shields. On guard.
I'm in agile right now. That's really good. We're gonna fucking kill this thing. Oh my god, look at the crits. Ooh, big damage, huge.
Why, yes, I love a dance.
What the fuck? What is that? That's cool as hell. What the hell is it doing?
Your turn to dance.
Okay, you hurt. It's whelping like a dog as well. Contorso. Or whatever. Is that a Verso weapon? Yeah. Switch to S rank on break. Base attack can break. Critical chance on S rank. Thunder lightning strike on critical hits. Oh, nah, Dualiso's right there, bro. Come on now. You know, I'll use this in case. Wait, no. Yeah, follow up. It's a lightning weapon as well. Okay. There's a manor here. Sick. Found a manor entrance. Oh shit, hi. Unknown.
Can be a window, and art can be a mirror. And
Oh, that's Renoir.
great art is both. Son, you'll never be a true artist if there's always a mask between you and the viewer, especially when the viewer is you.
I do like the way that the manor opens up as the game progresses. That's pretty cool. And you like find more doors hidden around the map. Pretty sick. It's a new enemy. Oh, you're really cool looking. I wish you could see like what the enemies are and like their names and what attacks and what they're weak against and stuff by like inspecting. That's one thing. I don't like that there's no inspect button. It's kind of strange.
Let's carve a path.
Oh my goodness. Alright, so now you have a counter. Big, big, big. Ah, that's kind of weak because you're resistant.
Ready to parry.
Ah, fuck.
Break. Oh, really?
Oh, really? Bang! New skill from Monoko? What is it? High physical damage can break. Medium damage to all enemies. Increased damage. I gotta get rid of that for this.
Well, that will help.
Oh, what the fuck is it? Double burn? On applying a burn stack, apply a second one? Ooh, that's a Mael skill. That's pure Mael right there. What did I get rid of? What the fuck did I just get rid of? Shit. What did I actually get rid of? Critical moment? It's a 5 cost. Oh yeah, roulettes, that's the one. I get rid of roulettes. Here you go. What's this up here? Alright, nothing crazy. We can just like run past, bang bang, easy. What's up over here? A mask. It seems connected to the axon. It speaks. He who cannot fight fate, behind his scowl emotions ablaze, but in the shadows his tempers fade. But what am I but a mask of anger? Okay. The seething Bouchicleer.
Let's carve a path. Faster.
Great. Oh, I'm dead. I'm silenced.
My turn. Let's carve a path. It likes you.
It likes you. Okay. Oh, that's not, those aren't attacks, great. God damn it, man, really?
I'm ready. Good.
Just try it.
There we go. Get the fuck out of my face, man. Holy.
No time to lose. Violence.
I'm still silenced. Ooh, Minoko's dead. Okay.
Let's go again.
Person forms a long combo. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, really? You know what? No, I'm killing you. I'm killing you straight up. There we go. How are you enjoying the game? I'm loving the game. Very fun so far. Oh, wait. There we go. Yeah, I'm very much loving the game. Big. Good damage. We do have powerful. Minoko's down. Also, welcome by. How you doing, man? Welcome.
Time for revenge.
Honestly, I didn't expect to have as fun as I did, or as I am having with this game, but I am. Very good. Oh. Yo, we should have followed, man. Welcome, welcome.
Dance begins.
I can break. But I'm no virtuoso, though. Oh well.
Precision.
I am a fan of a turn-based game, so it is a plus. But Loki, this game did kind of blow my expectations out the window, I think. Nah, let's just use Dual ESO real quick. There you go.
You're outmatched.
Okay, so now I'm A. 1, 2. Oh my god, I shot cost extra in this stance. Or with this pick though. There you go. Easy. The clear room. Interesting. So I killed the molding mask, I guess. Okay. Was that it? Or... Ah, okay, so if I understand this right, I can
hear that?
That was the Axon.
I can
Destroying
either
these masks seems to hurt him.
I
let's keep doing
see. So I can either go to him instantly and just like miss out on all the loot, but then fight him at his strongest, or I can go beat the masks and then fight him when he's weaker and also find loot on the way. I see. That's actually that's a very smart way of making that. Actually, I like that. Very, very clever. Look at that. I have so much might. I feel so powerful. I can almost get a sword ballet. I think Final Path is the thing I should go for next, because then I can get Twilight Dance right after. And I would like more like super high damaging expensive moves, because right now I don't really have any of them. Hold on, Mael, what did you get? Ridiculous with skills give 2 AP once per turn, 20% increased lightning damage for skills. How does this look? Not bad. I still wish you could like rotate the characters around and like zoom in and stuff. That's probably like my main biggest complaint with the game right now. I can't like rotate the characters or whatnot in the menus. Because I would really like to see like the costumes and whatnot from up close. But unfortunately, I cannot. Ooh! Oh, this is the happy mask. I see. Look how happy he is. Alright, let's get eaten. Nom nom. Oh wow, this place is pretty. The hell? Oh, come here. I missed! There we go. Loki, I think the music of this stage is probably one of the best ones in the game, I think. Really good.
Flames. On me.
Dude, that's so damaging. I could actually kill. Okay. Very high damage, can break, balance man. Let's see what this does. Oh my god! Berserk. Berserk is a status effect that increases the character's damage every turn. It can be accumulated up to 12 times with each stack increase. Whoa, okay. I didn't even need to worry because he just blew up anyway. Was that a new foot or no? Okay, so Berserker is kind of crazy then, ain't it? You can stack it. To be fair, I don't know. That's a once per turn ramp up. I guess in like longer fights, that's good. But like, honestly, I feel like in a lot of fights are very short in this game. So it's like you kind of won't need to ramp that much at all. At some fights. Can't fucking see where I'm going. Oh, this is where I started. But yeah, so that's gonna be pretty decent. It's gonna be pretty decent around like bosses and stuff, I'm assuming, because bosses are longer generally.
So joyful. I'm almost jealous.
On the surface, at least.
He who
Oh
guards
fuck.
truth with
Oh
lies.
shit. Alright, let's kill this thing.
You're outmatched.
Nah, Dualiso first. And then we quick strike. And now we hit this thing. And you just blow up, right? Oh my goodness, that damage. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright. Damn, he kept going. Honestly, I'm fine. Oh. Okay, another one. You know what? You can revive Verso.
Let's carve a path.
Verso's back to D again. Ah,
Faster.
man.
Foolish move.
Attack slowly. Oh my god, that is very slow. Wait. He's not done yet? Oh, never mind. Perse!
Strike!
Let's carve a path. Let's carve a path.
Honestly, I may go for Paradigm Strike here.
Time to bleed.
Us! 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 Oh my goodness. The ice resistance is kind of crazy. Ow. That ice resistance is kind of saving him right now. I'm gonna just hit him with double Dualisos real quick. There you go.
Let's spill some ink. I'm ready.
Ah, dude, this song is so good, dude. Oh my goodness. It's like such a heavy sounding song. Don't. I really like that song. It's like really heavy. Okay. Verso, the powered attack is gone. I like this. I like powered attack. Don't get me wrong, but it's kind of messing with me. It is kind of messing with me. Hold up. No, wait. Power attack. Let me sort by crit. What we have? Perilous parry. That's okay. Confidence. Okay. Roulette. You already have roulette built in. I don't think I really need that. Dead energy. That could be really good. Attack lifesteal. Attack lifesteal. That's perfect for Verso, because Verso is right now being a very base attack based character. That's perfect. Alright. Breaking counter. Augmented aim. I think sweet kill can be pretty good. Where's the flask? There it is. There's the flag. I want to just reset real quick. There you go. Rest up. Let's explore. Oh, so okay. So the layout is very similar as the last one, except it's happy. Oh, you know I need to do this. I think this guy needs to go first. Okay, roulette just hit hard there.
The sweet taste of battle.
I think you die. Yeah, there you go. Oh wait, I messed up. I messed up. It was the wrong guy. I was thinking of the wrong character or the wrong enemy. Damn.
Let's have some fun.
Okay. Oh, holy shit. Oh my goodness. I just kinda blew that guy apart. Wait, what? Climber Expedition. Oh, is this where the Climbers Expedition passed? Oh my god.
69th Expedition. Fleur. Good thing Anthony upgraded all the climbing handholds. Not only are they much easier to install in the cliff faces, they're also a lot nicer to use. We're setting the last few handholds tomorrow. Then we can finally get out of these caverns and see the sun again. I can't wait to rejoin the mountaineering team. I still remember that first mountain we scaled. Watching the sun rise above the clouds was magical. But rappelling down as we set the handholds was pure exhilaration. I know some of the others chafe at being restricted to recon only. I get it's not very satisfying making maps and prepping trails while people are dying. But this prep work will pay off in the long run. It may not be glamorous, but truly essential work rarely is. Doesn't make it any less important. And as the Expedition 69 motto says, we are literally laying a trail for the ones who come after. Step by step, handhold by handhold, each expedition carries the next one forward.
Man, that's cool. That's awesome. Yeah, so the Climbers Expedition, they're pretty much like one of the reasons why. They're pretty much one of the reasons why even the 33rd Expedition could even get this far. I think, low-key, because like without a lot of the scaffolding, I doubt that they would be able to proceed.
Take down their shields.
Just keep bonking them.
Cut him down.
I can't really do anything. I'm just kind of waiting.
Maximum damage. Incoming.
Beautiful, good damage.
Finesse and grace.
Oh my god, 10 stacks. Yeah, you're still not... Your resistance is still not reduced.
Maximum damage.
I guess I could probably see that whenever whenever he stops glowing, maybe that's when it happens. Oh my god, you tanked that shit. Okay, you're in breaking range now.
Finesse and precision.
There we go. Bing, bing, bing. I should have maybe done the
On guard. Use this.
Nah, I'm gonna say my gradient attack. I wonder, does gradient attacks transfer from fights? Maybe? Because if that's the case, then that's really good. 1, 2, 3, that'll put me to balance. So let's do Chevalier.
Careful now.
Don't die, thank you. Oh my god, well you're dead. Wait, why is he red? I thought it was supposed to be counter. Oh, does it go clock? I think it goes clockwise. Uh-oh. Well, shit. I think it moves clockwise. Oh, Verso Baguette? Hell yeah. Let me see your boy. Let me see the homie. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Look at him. I gotta go with the expedition outfit though. Just so good. Like the base outfits are just so damn good looking, I swear. They're so pretty. What the fuck is that? Oh! Oh my god! What the fuck? Hello guys, don't mind me.
Great.
Don't mind me, y'all. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to walk past.
What have we here?
Confident fighter. You know, I'll do that after this boss. Cause I don't got the balls, bro, I'm gonna be honest. Hi, sir. Yeah. I ain't got the balls for that. Wait a second, I just realized. Hold on. Aha!
Faster. Violence.
Okay. I'm in Mighty right now. You're... Good damage.
On me.
Good damage. You're not breaking. But I can apply powerful.
No time to lose.
Flames. On me. Ready to parry.
Jesus. Oh my god.
again. Don't die.
There you go.
Your turn to shine.
Okay. Ah, my goodness. That's a slow ass attack, yeah.
Finesse and grace from fire.
Alright, Verso, you're useless. Attack him. Oh. Yo, it's good, Mayor. Perfect. How you doing, man? How you doing? Verso, get the fuck back up.
Still need your help.
Everything alright? Alright, okay, now we can kill. I messed up. Oh well, it doesn't matter, because he's dead anyway. What is this weapon? Anything cool? Confuso. Confucius? Light damage can burn on critical hit. Apply 3 burn instead of mark. Increase burn damage by 50 per round. Oh my god. That looks really cool as well, but like Dualiso, man. The Dualiso is so cool. Let me just heal everybody up to full. Mask is connected to the axon, it speaks. He who painted this world, seeking what he could not grasp, longing to share the world he loses. Behind his smile, what could it be? Joy. Something happens. What the fuck is this? What is this character? This is boss. Oh, this song is so peaceful. Oh, there was a fucking final hit, dude. It heals him. Oh my god, I need to deal with a healer.
Break.
As you fucking dodge it, it's over, man. Good damage. The Chapelier strikes. Die. Bink! Ooh. That was beautiful.
Flames. On me.
Really good damage there. Here we got Berserk's, Berserk 2, I think now. I'm hit. One more. Okay, good. Okay, so you're Berserk 2, I think. Now you're getting healed. Let me just debuff. That's a C rank. I already have max energy, honestly, so... How much does this cost? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good damage.
Blade cut through the flames.
I think I swapped to the wrong stance. Oh well. Ah, messed up. Oh well. Verso down. I repeat, Verso down.
Violence.
I need to get like more health on Verso, honestly.
Faster.
He's very squishy.
Please survive.
I've never seen this attack before. Okay, 3 hit string. Wow, 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 wow.
My turn.
Okay, Verso time. Verso's balanced. I have like 4 attacks unbalanced.
What lovely feet.
Oh, yeah, you're fucking dead, bro. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bong. Bro, that thing is so good. Like the Chevalier combo or whatever. Okay, that's one. That's another mask down. One more mask remains. I got Chapelum. That's for Lune, right? Chapelum. Increase break per earth gain. Gain 9 AP on breaking an enemy. Generate 1 earth stain at the beginning of each turn. I see. Mael, you can actually take that, actually. Take Confident Fighter, Mael. Now. Verso, you need health. Bad. Health. Let's see. Yeah, put auto shell on you, why not? What do I not need? How much? Okay. If only I could grab a camp here, I would.
Yeah, it definitely
Oh my god.
hurts him. I think I saw one more path.
Yeah, one more. Up there.
Good. We're weakening him.
This feels off.
I could do this, right? Go to the continent real quick. And then we camp and then we give Verso like a little bit more juice. There you go, let's go. Oh yes, I think I found a new thing as well, a new gestural, right? Let me go talk to this guy. See what's up. Oh my god, is he only gonna give me like the gestural hats? Alright. Hey dude, hey, don't know me. Still no shape of health. Give Verso 50. Upgrade. You're a level 10 now. You're a level 10 now. You're a level 10 now. You already were a level 10. You already were a level 10. Alright, make this a level 12. Let's go. Now we're ready to leave the fuck out of here.
I'm sorry.
I know.
Whoops.
When the time.
Go bed. And now we return and now we kill the boss. Kill the boss. Well, we go to the sadness area now and we kill the boss. Man, this place is really surreal looking. It's actually kind of crazy. I do like it. I do like it a lot. It's very surreal looking. Verso, please, can you climb that? Ain't you supposed to be like immortal, superhuman, Death Machine. Come on now. What's my crit looking like on Verso though? 20%? It's like, I could have more honestly, but like, yeah. I think with a critical burn I'll have a 45% chance of critting. And this is... what the fuck is that? And it's a sorrow. Oh, we're getting this song? Or like these noises? What the fuck? Why are you sounding like that? No, come on then. But then fight me.
You're outmatched.
Flames. On me.
Sweet taste of battle.
Okay. So this should move me 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. I should be on caster if I use this. If I use Chevalier, I'll be on Almighty though. Yeah, I'm Almighty now.
Your turn to shine.
That's really cool, his gimmick. Well, I didn't get the Blue Protocol's residence key. Damn, unfortunate. That sucks. Wait, is it a what's it called, a closed beta then, or?
Violence.
1, 2, 3. That should give me agile. I do wonder how that game's gonna be. Closed? I gotcha. Yeah. I wonder how that game is gonna be, cause like, didn't they can the original version of Blue Protocol? Cause I remember a friend talking about that quite a lot, and how like they canned the first game. Oh my god, what the hell? There's a whole like, damn, what fucking happened here? What the fuck?
They're Nevrons, but witnessing the sorrow of others,
They're not real.
can't help but
CL.
feel for them.
A noble but tremendously fatal.
Yeah.
impulse.
Yeah, Monoko knows. Yeah, I remember my friend talking about how Blue Protocol was like getting canned or something. Oh, what the fuck? My streamer bot just kind of exploded for a second. There you go. So I wonder how it'll be now. What the fuck is this? Who are you? Oh, it's one of these like it's a big it's a chromatic version. Is it? Oh my god, it is.
Not impressed.
Oh! Oh my goodness!
Oh really?
But motherfucker, what? I thought mortal hit was. Oh, you know what? Yeah, sure, fair enough. You're not done yet? He's not done yet. Motherfucker, how many times do you want to attack? No, I've lost. They canned the first one because the director didn't want to globalize it? Ah, gotcha. Wonder why. That's such a strange reasoning, I think, Loki.
Watch out, Mael.
I'm dead. Oh shit, get the fuck out of my face.
Get ready.
Oh my god.
Oh well.
Okay. Okay.
Watch out, Mael.
Ah, shit. That hurts.
Why, yes, I'd love a darts.
You fat fuck, Monoko. Move out the way. I can't see him.
Well.
There we go. Alright, let's fucking go. Perfect.
Just try it.
Okay, bro. Come on. Bing, bong, bing, bong. Oh my god. Lock in. Ah. Shit, that's not good.
Oh well.
Mortal hit, alright. Big. He wanted it only in Japan, China, and Korea. When the US players got an instant ban. That's so weird. What? Ah, no! Send in the reserves. That's a really weird way of going about with the game, honestly. Okay. Oh my god, fucking finally.
Here we go.
Now was our chance.
Someone bought the IP and made it better, and soon it will be globalized. Hell yeah. That's awesome, actually.
Lightning dance.
Oh, that's so cool. What?
I'm ready.
Okay. I'm dead. I pressed too early.
Not today.
Man. God damn it. And that's nice to see, though, a development studio actually picking up the issues or the flaws of a guy with too much, I guess, ego or something. Because running a game like that is kind of weird, I think. Kind of strange.
Get ready.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Good damage. Look at that.
Careful now.
Monoko, please. Move your fat ass out of my face, please. Right. I'm low.
Careful now.
It's open world, but MMO reviewer said it's really empty. I'm sure it'll be fixed. So now it's full of enemies and world bosses. Oh, hell yeah. That's actually awesome. Okay.
Watch out, Mael.
Okay. Us. Big. Okay. Perfect.
Incoming.
Okay. Oh my goodness, the damage. If I get a kill shooter to your server, hell yeah. I'm not to watch.
Get ready.
See how it is. Ooh, big damage. Yeah, because the only thing I heard about Blue Protocol is the game got canned, and then that's it. So it's kind of nice hearing that it's coming back. Stun? Yeah, baby, that's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Didn't really need it. Let's have some fun.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good damage.
Sweet taste of battle.
It's a heavy mask right now. Speaking of your game idea, what is it? So my idea is a hold up. Let me just go turn on my lights real quick because it's starting to slowly dim outside. But my game idea is it's a weird one, right? Think about it as a turn-based game where an interactive turn-based game, so like Expedition 33 or Mario and Luigi or whatnot. Imagine one of those, except instead of attacking with time-based attacks, you know, you gotta attack, time the attacks, and then time the defenses. You instead have to clash your way into an attack. So kind of like Library of Ruin and Limbus, the way they work, where you compare attacks in order to attack, kind of. So your goal is to break the opponent's defense before your turn to attack, and it's gonna be like a momentum system where the more pressure you put onto the opponent and the more tension you put into the fight, the more this 1 meter is gonna fill up. The higher the meter is, the more buffs you'll get, but you'll also be able to spend that tension meter for like ultimate abilities and attacks and stuff. Of course, using tension will have some sort of drawbacks, like losing your buffs from the tension levels and such like that. But it's gonna be like a back and forth tug of war between your tension and the opponent's tension. It's kind of like how Under Night Inbirth does their Vorpal gauge to some extent. Is my idea. That's like the rough thing. That's like my rough idea so far.
Flames on me.
Obviously, I haven't fully thought out what it's supposed to be. But yeah, that's like the rough idea. I just used the wrong thing. I see 2D or 3D. I haven't actually decided on it, honestly. We'll see. But currently I'm thinking isometric 2D. Currently, that's what I'm thinking.
Minoko, parry.
Okay. Bink. Dude, this fight is so long.
It likes you.
Oh, good chunk. Like some RPG, I see. Yeah, exactly. That's like my current idea right now. I haven't gotten past anywhere, like past, you know, the just like the blueprint idea phase right now. I'm still like taking in ideas and inspiration. Okay. Bink. Oh, beautiful.
Let's dance.
This is like muscle memory at this point. Look at that. Bink! And you're staggered.
A bit of violence, yes.
Good damage.
This will hurt.
Oh my god. Incredible damage. Look at that. Yeah, I need to do this real quick. Good damage.
Why, yes, I'd love a dance.
Imagine if I fucking die here now. Okay. Roulette just triggered, so I didn't get all the damage.
Ready to parry.
No!
Oh well.
Oh my god. There we fucking go. Fuck yeah. Can definitely talk about it more. I'm interested. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm still like super early on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo. Hold up. That's a lot of defense. That's a lot of defense. Sick. Yeah, I just got the news. I'm going to have to.
Wow.
What the fuck? Deal 25% damage per game or 20% more damage. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dip for a little bit. So let me just go sit down by the campfire and just rest up. I'll put some videos for you guys to watch while I'm gone. Don't worry. Yeah, eat. It's food time. It's food time in Europe, so we're gonna be eating real quick. Let me just put on the music. No music. The video. We're gonna continue on. I think we started with a new video recently, so let me just turn this on. I'll be back. I'll be back shortly, so you guys won't miss anything much at all. Trust. Where's my watch later list? Hold up. Hopefully, we're just up. Yeah, let's roll. Take your time, Bob. Buen provecho. Enjoy your meal. It's fine. I eat fast. Like normally, I just eat fast. I'm a very fast eater. Funnily enough, I try pretty much just like devour food instantly. So yeah, my form of like enjoying food is just like chowing it all down. All right, let me. Oh fucking hell! The video just started. I was just about to refresh it. All right. Put on the video. Be right back. Food. All right, guys. I'll be back shortly. If you haven't already, stretched and drank water, eaten food yourself, I would highly suggest you doing it as well, because we have been going on for 4 hours now. So yeah. I hope you all enjoyed. Take care, y'all. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes.
Super Mario 64 16 star. It's the most popular category in the most popular speed game of all time. Holding a record in it is one of gaming's toughest accomplishments. Ridiculous glitches and insane movement, both requirements for a world record. Just a lucky few have been able to call themselves a record holder, and with the incredible level of competition, it's hard to hold on to it for long. But let's take a look at those gamers and see how they did it. This is the history of the 16-star world record. Super Mario 64 has 120 stars you can collect. There are speedrun categories that involve collecting all of them. However, the developers only required you to collect 70 of them to beat the game. That's how many you needed to make it up the endless staircase and into the final stage. For years, 70 stars was the minimum needed to beat Super Mario 64. But years after the game's release, that number suddenly dropped to 50. Eventually, it was lowered again, this time to 31. And in 2004, the number fell to just 16. Super Mario 64 could now be completed in under half an hour. And in the summer of 2004, the first 16-star speedruns of Mario 64 were performed. There were a handful of records set over the course of a few months, from players like Cyberwrath and Christina Korsak. But the dust settled a bit when a runner named Illudude set a big record. In November 2004, he beat the game with 16 stars in 21 minutes and 56 seconds. And here's how he did it. The first goal in a 16-star speedrun is to collect 8 stars, which unlocks the first Bowser level, Bowser in the Dark World. He got the first star by going into Bob-omb Battlefield and ground pounding the Chain Chomp's pole 3 times, unlocking the star. One of the fastest ways to move in Super Mario 64 is the long jump, so Illudude chained these together over and over whenever he could. Next, he went into Whomp's Fortress to collect 5 more stars. He got the first 2 by going to the top of the stage, defeating Whomp, and then climbing to the top of the fortress. He then quickly got the star on the ledge by side flipping to it, then opened the cannon, used it to blast away the wall, and shot himself into the star to collect it. A slow process that ate up around half a minute. Finally, he got picked up by the owl to fall into the cage and collect another star. That put his total at 6 stars. The remaining 2 came from sliding down Peach's slide to collect both stars, despite a bit of slow movement along the way. Illudude was then able to enter Bowser in the Dark World, where he used long jumps all over to move through the stage. It took 2 throws to hit Bowser with a bomb, but eventually he got the job done. Now that he could go into the basement, Illudude's next goal was to collect 7 more stars to allow Mips the Rabbit to appear. The first 2 stars came from shifting Sandland, where he got one from quickly jumping at the top of the pyramid, and the other from slowly waiting on top of a pillar for a bird to arrive. The next 2 came from Lethal Lava Land, where Illudude boiled the big bully and collected 8 red coins. His movement wasn't ideal in any of these sections, as his only real strategy for moving fast was to long jump whenever he could. Finally, the last 3 stars came from collecting the Toad Star, then heading into Hazy Maze Cave, getting the Emergency Exit Star, and the Watch for Rolling Rocks Star. Now, Illudude had 15 stars, which spawned Mips the Rabbit. Normally, you can just grab him for a star, but Illudude was going to use him for a trick discovered by Dom Dunk a few months prior. This was the key to beating the game with 16 stars. The first step is getting Mips through this door. By putting him down right in front of it, then going through the door, you can quickly jump back and stand inside the door. From there, you can pick up Mips, turn around, and place him on the other side. Then you want to take Mips to this door, which you normally need 30 stars to pass through. By placing him in front of it, you can jump between Mips and the door to get pushed through it, skipping the 30-star requirement. The Mips clips could be difficult to perform, but if done properly, they would save many minutes off a Super Mario 64 speedrun. After this, Illudude went into Dire Dire Docks, collected the submarine star to unlock Bowser in the Fire Sea, and went through it as fast as he could. Once again, it took him 2 throws to defeat Bowser, but he now had the second key. It was time to head upstairs, where he was about to perform probably the most iconic trick in Super Mario 64 speedrunning, the backwards long jump. This trick was popularized in a November 2000 edition of Nintendo Power magazine, but it's quite likely Nintendo knew about it as early as 1997, since that year they released an updated version of Super Mario 64 in Japan that made the trick impossible. When you do a long jump but hold the stick backwards, the game gives Mario a slight boost of speed. It normally snaps back to normal quickly after, but if you land fast enough, like on stairs, it's preserved so you can do another backwards long jump. By jumping over and over, it's possible to catch Mario in a loop where his speed continuously builds up. He can keep going faster and faster. If your speed builds fast enough, it's possible to be on one side of wall on one frame and the other side on the next. And that means if you mash correctly, you can backwards long jump and fly through doors. Illudude performed this on both the 50-star door and the Endless Staircase, bypassing the requirements for 50 and 70 stars respectively. Then, it was a matter of making it through Bowser in the sky and hitting Bowser with 3 bombs at the end. It took him 6 throws, but it was enough to finish with a time of 21:56, world record by a significant margin. This run was pretty good for 2004, given how new the MIPS clips and BLJs were. However, as noted before, the movement left much to be desired, and some tricks took several tries. And about 6 months later, a player named Kirby Carter would lower it by about a minute. He definitely did clean up the movement a bit, but was still mostly using long jumps. He didn't miss as many throws on Bowser and was able to get the BLJs extremely quickly. However, the biggest revolution introduced in this run was the new, more reliable version of the MIPS clips. For the first one, by dropping Mips on the seam between the door and the wall, Mario gets pushed forward and becomes stuck inside the door. The rest of the trick can be completed as before. For the second clip, it's the same process as the first clip, but instead of getting stuck in the door, Mario gets pushed through all the way to the other side. These clips were both faster and more consistent than before, becoming the clear methods to use. So, going into mid-2005, Kirby Carter's 2046 was on top. A solid record, with video proof that, from 2005, wasn't always a given. The record timeline was pretty straightforward at this point, and it followed a pattern seen by most early speedruns from the mid-2000s. Early runs recorded on VHS with primitive strategies, followed by improvements in big chunks over the following years. However, after this point, the 16-star history takes a bit of a turn. For the next several years, there would be two major caveats in the timeline. First, cheated or faked runs would be illegitimately on top of the leaderboard.
Damn, this gameplay is laggy as hell.
80% of the next decade.
Alright, right. Gaming time. We're back. Alright, okay. That was good food. Back, thank you. Can I... Controller, there you go. Sick. Quick little dinner break. Well, I'll put some more speed into you. More damage. Actually, no. Morocco gets all speed. You get more damage. Let's go. This is so fucking weird looking, man. Oh my god. My fucking... The stream is dying, dude. Oh, it's because I have window screen. There you go. There we go. Now it shouldn't lag. I had window screen for a second. Hold up. Watch this shit.
Good stuff.
Insane. They didn't spot me. Anything here? Oh, they actually just don't want to fight, it seems. They're just not in the mood. Oh, expedition log. 39.
Expedition 39. Owlbear. Edith's not back. So until then, we stay on recon. All these masks are freaking me out. Fucking creepy. I swear I could hear one of them singing. The Nevrons around here behave so strangely. Almost like they don't really want to kill us. They still do, though. This place is making me crazy. Maybe if I wore one of these masks, they'd leave me alone.
Oh, wait. No. Spent the time writing your ideas done. See if I could come up with my own to add to yours. Hell yeah. I'd love to see it. I have like a massive like sheet right now. Oh, I knew it. I knew there was an item here.
What have we here?
No fall damage. Love to see it. Mask, it seems connected to the Axon. It speaks. He who lives in between, behind this veil, emotions well. For a life forced to paint. For sadness. Okay. Oh, so the big boss is the damn floaty dude. Another one. Again. Oh, that's half his health gone.
Careful now.
Applies exhaust to Monaco.
Let's carve a path.
Poor Monaco, man. I think you need to go first, honestly. I think I'll put...
Oh well.
Ah, fuck. Final hit.
Oh really?
Oh, really? Big... Damn. I'm heavy right now, so... You're dead, right? No, wait, you're resistant, aren't you? Yeah, well, you're dead anyway.
Your turn to shine. Feel energized.
Oh my goodness, that damage. Go to this. Bang, 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 bang.
I would have lived.
And then we finish a big bong, big. Sick. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. Well, that was easy. That one was the easiest one. That one was the easiest one by far. The Buchacho? The Bucharo. Start in Agile. Agile applies Rush. 50% crit while in Agile. Holy shit, that's actually kind of crazy. But nah. What do we have? Merde. AP on dealing damage will mark target once per turn. Break base attack. Apply powerful. Sweet kill. Actually, none of these are really calling me right now, so we're chilling. I did get a couple new Pictos. Glass Cannon is one. Yeah, Glass Cannon. You know what, Mael? You can take that for now. Mael can take Glass Cannon, I don't care.
I think that's all of them.
We should be able to fight the Axon properly now.
Let's answer this thing's invitation.
Okay, let's go. Can I grab a skill? Maybe? No. Yes, there it is. Sword Ballet. Anything new? Poacher Energy. Okay. Can break. High physical damage. You'll see target damage. There's a move that Verso can learn that does a lot of damage. Yeah, I think there's one somewhere in his skill tree. I think it's the one I want to try to go for next. I think it's this Steeled Strike. That's the one I want to go for after this one, Phantom Stars. Or do I just like full I mean, I've already started going for Phantom Stars, so I might as well go for that for now. Let's check Minoko real quick. Anything new? Ramasur Bonk. Deal low single target damage. Agile fills 20% of the target's break bar. God damn, alright. It's gonna need that though. Pellar, I don't use Pellerin at all, so I might as well use this for a quick rotation. Sick. Keep going. I bought everything from you, right? Well, everything... Oh, yeah, here it is. The Sadon. Yeah, I'll just buy the rest of these. Bukini. Alright, let's go. Yeah, Steeled Strike. Yeah, that's the one I want to go for next, I think. After Phantom Slash or whatever. Whoa, okay. Cause like what, 9 cost, 13 hits, extreme damage? Sounds very worth. I would have traded my years for his. His life was cut short. He had so much more to do, to experience. This senseless war. Why? To what end? Life shattered for what? He was innocent. Innocent. It was the folly of his elders, but he paid a price for our hubris. I would have traded my years for his. What are you talking about? This place, this Axon, they're a part of his story. The man has gone silent. Interesting. I think this is the boss. So I'm gonna swap glass cannon back off. The music in this game fucking slaps. Yeah, the music in this game so far has been really good. Whoa, that's so cool. What the fuck? Oh, so this is Rage here. This is Sorrow. And then Joy should be... Oh my god, that's so good.
What does that mean? He who guards truth with lies.
Exactly what it sounds like.
Guard as in protect? Or guard as in control?
That's so cool. I like that.
Yes.
Yes. Incredible answer, Monoko. Valid. Expedition 39. Oh, this is the boss, right? Yeah, this looks like the boss. Yeah, here it is. Let's see. Let's see what this boss has to offer. What the fuck is this? This is an Axon. You would never get me to put that thing near my face. Well, come on now. What is he doing?
I think you pissed him off.
Oh my god.
Okay.
What the fuck is going on? What? Oh shit! Oh my goodness! You're not done yet? Oh my god.
Faster.
A bit of violence, yes.
Oh, this is good.
I'm ready.
God. Okay. I'll just heal up Verso real quick. Okay.
Careful now.
Attacks without mask. What the fuck is... What is going on? What the fuck is going on? What the hell? It's not done?
Last ditch effort.
Dude, that's insane.
Didn't really need it.
Anxiety mask. Oh my... Dude. He doesn't stop attacking. Holy shit. Shoot. Okay.
Let's carve a path.
Right, you can't heal. Fuck.
Use this.
Not looking good.
Why is that attack so loud? That is hella loud. Peace mask. Dude. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Sweet taste.
Verso, come back up. Uh-oh. Yeah, he vanishes. Oh shit.
Careful now.
It tries to heal with a confidence mask. Oh my goodness.
I think I'll improvise.
Yeah, I'm kind of fucked here. Cause I'm just in a cycle now of healing.
Watch out.
Okay.
The fun begins.
I messed up again. There we go. Okay.
Mayhem.
Time for mayhem. Ooh, look at that damage. That visage burns. Okay. Heal up a bit. You're burning, so I can swift stride into fire or into virtuos. For an ultimate mask attack. What the fuck? What? What? Okay. Okay. Did we kill it? Of course we did not kill it. I was the real boss all along. Is that his face?
People want so badly to know what's behind the mask.
He's so cool looking.
Back, recto verso. Great art is both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask or theirs.
Oh, brother.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real Axon.
Child, we all need masks, but how you use them.
Oh my goodness, dude.
I've lived through worse.
Okay. Just raw damage this shit. nothing happens.
It likes you.
Ah, what? And he's dead. Rest in peace.
Time to hit big.
Physical damage, high physical. Nah, I need to Verso back up again. Verso, come back alive, bro. I need you.
Your help.
Okay.
The fun begins.
Ghost to Almighty Mask. Oh my goodness.
Things get spicy.
Oh, dude, the music. Man. Oh my god. Fuck, dude.
Let's carve a path.
I love his stance. So, dude, I love his stuff as well. It's so cool.
Faster. Careful now.
Oh, fuck. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Wait, I wasn't able to dodge or some shit. Damn. Alright. Cielo Lune, you got this, right? Last stand of Expedition 33.
Here's your card. Brace yourselves.
Oh, it's so combat day. Yeah, it's like such a mixed vibe. I love it.
Your fate.
Dink, dink. Oh, look at that damage. Beautiful. What the fuck?
I'll do it.
Ow. You're not done yet? Oh my god. Okay.
Ready to evade.
Performs a chaotic combo. Wait, he can chain you. No wonder I can't dodge. I just look at Lune, it's just like chained up. Oh my god, that's cool. Alright. Do I need to fight? Do I need to start from like the very, very beginning? Or yeah, I do. Well, at least I know a bit now what to do here. Visage attacks using the Determination Mask. Dink! Parry game weak? Yeah, my parry game is... I'm washed. Do at least so passive. Proc that. Almighty! Us! Look at that damage.
Dance begins. Flames on me.
You played Sekiro? Yeah, I played Sekiro. Which honestly has helped me quite a bit. Ow. Oh, fuck. Surprisingly, Sekiro has kind of helped me a bit. Ah, shit. I say that as I take a full blunt force trauma straight to the nose. Okay. Anxiety mask. Okay. Alright, so I'm starting to understand this boss a bit. You kill the mask, and then you get your and then something happens, right?
Don't leave us.
Let's carve a path.
Okay, I see. I messed the timing up. Oh well. Mask emerges. Visage burns. Ow, ow. Ow. Okay. Hold up. Let me just fucking blow this damn mask off first. Perfect. Rage? Yeah. Doubts, actually. Ow, too early. Too early. Okay. There you go. Okay. Ping pong.
Wow, thanks.
What mask is this? This is confidence. That's it. That's really clever though. I like that. Break. Good damage.
Time to hit big.
Honestly, it's cool. I like that you can attack him, but you don't really need to attack him because yeah, there are no masks in the mirror. Now you're gonna do ultimate attack, ain't you? Yep. Dude, that thing is so hard to dodge. Okay. I got this shit. Hold my beer. Okay.
The bitter dregs.
Chalier combo. Bonk, 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 bonk. Mask of Emotions. Nothing happens.
It likes you.
It likes you. Yeah. It's over. It's fuck it. I got this. I got this. Hold my beer. I got this. Watch. Ciel and Lune got this.
Let the ink flow.
Well, well. Take your shot.
Oh my god. Damn. I thought attacking like a storm meant you attack fast. Apparently not.
Get diet, ready to evade.
Swing combos to 3-hit. Gotcha.
Your fate is sealed.
Surrounded by defensive aura, so anytime I take damage, they get a shield. Oh my god. Okay. Twilight. That I'm not breaking from that far. Dig dig. Oh my god.
Not today.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I love this game. You learn after every death. Yeah, you really do. I'm hit. I'm dead. Yeah. No, wait, I wasn't dead. Oh well. Shit. Damn. I thought I was dead.
I'm back.
Sets fire to his sword. Oh my god. Wake up, die. I got this. Fuck it.
Welcome back.
Oh my god. Keep forgetting that's a double stab.
Let the ink.
I got another one, right? Yep.
Lady Luck smiles today.
Oh. I'm too early.
Well, well. Here's your card.
I'm too... fuck, I messed up. Oh well. Too early. Oh my god, it still goes! Yo, this guy doesn't stop attacking.
Not today.
Turn the swords to ice. Okay. Okay. Okay, I see. I see now. Okay, I understand it. I understand this guy. I understand him now. He's fucking cooked. He's cooked now. Come on then. Come on, Nomi, let's go. I got you. You're through. You're done now.
Your turn to shine.
Already with a mask?
I am refreshed.
Ding! Honestly, I just need to do the mask so I can just conserve. This boss fucked me up because of my eye-gouging phobia. Was always good to win. Yeah, dude, this boss is really cool though. I was so fucked with the design. That's sick. The music definitely is the highlight of this fight, I think.
Ready to strike.
Okay. I love that way that attack is so much louder than anything else from the fight. I'm early, fuck. Okay.
My cup is full.
Verso can grab the heal real quick. You can't heal, so you take the heal.
Cut him down.
Actually, Verso can heal without pots. What am I doing? Anxiety mask. Ah, I messed up. Damn. I messed up.
My, what lovely feet.
What lovely feet. Oh, I forgot to shoot it. Oh well.
Watch out.
Got you. I understand it now.
Blades sharpened.
Fuck you. Big. 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 A mask emerges from the mirror.
Ready to parry.
Okay. Yeah, Monoko is the local foot fetishist. Do I have a healing? Hold on. Do I have healing? No. Ah, damn. Pink. Blow that mask off. There are no more masks in the mirror. Alright, ultimate attack. Oh! You're so done for, bro. You're so done for. It's over. It's over. I have you read like a book.
Yes.
You're so fucking cooked, homie. Like 30 years later to every party. What's good, man? Monoko only run? Oh, dude, I would love to do like a character only run, honestly. I think that'd be super fun. Ow. That's not good.
Cut him down.
Okay, so what's the plan here? Oh, of course I want to defenseless.
Let's have some fun.
You know, I drop a powerful here. Doesn't burn. Oh, the damage on that.
Careful now.
Sick.
Ready to strike.
Missed Silksong Trader and Mega Victory Bell reveal. Dude, that trailer is so dumb. The Pokemon one. It's so funny. Ooh, good damage. Okay. That's gonna bring me to Caster, unfortunately. Oh well. Keeper burns, attacks like a storm. Ah, shit, unfortunately.
The dance begins. Not leaving you behind.
He sets fire to his sword. I'm dead. That's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That's fine. That's perfect. Because now I can just regroup.
Ready to strike.
See, now we're human again. Now we're chilling.
The dance begins.
Burn his ass. Ugh.
My turn.
Fuck it. Dude, roulette is working against me right now. 4, 1, 2. That's gonna bring me to balance. That's perfect. Ah, that's not good. Verso can live. It's fine. Verso can live. He lives. No, the final hit. I like the trailer. Character models were kind of whack, but Victory looks dope. Somewhat scary. Yeah, but and then you get the in-game design. Okay, let's see.
That's better.
Yeah, let me just heal up like this. Fuck it. I'm gonna have to heal up like this. Select punches or Chevalier thrusts here. Chevalier thrusts would bring me 3 forward. That would bring me back to caster. I'm gonna have to do Select here. Oh my god, yeah, you may be resistant, but I'm still doing damage. Ah, shit, man. It's always that attack. I'm virtual, so Florette Flurry would be the best here. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Again.
One more? Okay.
Maximum damage.
How to Victor Bill as lore now, like how Mega Chomps lures that his things melted into sides. Victor Bill is filled with so much acid that closing its mouth isn't enough, so it wraps its violence around its neck. I like that. I like when they actually do that. It's really nice. Break. Perfect.
You can't escape.
Oh, that's really cool. Mighty Strike! Finish it, Monoko! Beautiful. Oh my god. Holy shit, that fight's good. That fight's really good.
We did it.
No, wait.
We all need masks.
No! No! They're just bouncing off of his face.
This mask can't hurt me. Because it is me.
Monoko's literally just a mask, so like I'm not. Oh my god, that sound effect was insane, dude. Holy shit. Did he die from that? Like how megas are 0.5 unfinished. Yeah, it's pretty sick. I do like that. Some of them are not like perfect evolutions.
What happened?
Axon down. Let's bring this to the curator.
I like that. That's cool.
That was Verso, wasn't it?
That was Urso? Yeah, so far, my two favorite bosses right now is the Mask Keeper and Duelist. Duelist is just so cool. That was a good boss. Really good boss.
Me? You want me to give it to you?
Duelist. It's
Why?
it's a dual. It's Dueliste, I think. I can check after this cutscene. Yeah, I think it's like, yeah, Duelist. The way some I was close. It is it's like a mix of both of ours.
I saw it.
Yeah, Duelist. He's a cool boss. Also, I've returned from the dungeon. Hell yeah. You finished it?
See him in my nightmares too. He can be quite traumatizing.
That took, yeah, that's a very long dungeon. Yeah, how'd you like it though? Fuck. Sick. That was awesome. Fuck, that fight was great. I was gonna check, how much does this give? 6 gives, oh my god, that's nothing. I think I like it more than 6. I'm about to think about it. Yeah, you're gonna have to sit there and think for a bit, I think. That's like the best way to put it. Oh, I forgot. I forgot to equip my damn final pass. That's the one I want. Hold on. Where's my L? I don't really use I don't really use per se anymore. I use Spark to go into defense, so... No, per se I use. Never mind. No. A Fencer's Flurry. That's the one I don't want to get rid of. I'm going to get rid of that for Sword Ballet. Alright, guys. Ads are going to be running soon, so I'm going to let those run while I'm doing some, you know, like post-mission upgrading and stuff. You guys won't miss anything, and it will rendezvous back once the story parts begin with like the characters and whatnot. You guys will not miss anything, trust. And that's a very good area. I think that's probably my second or third favorite. I'm gonna stare at you upgrading. Yeah, just death stare me upgrading. For those who don't have a subscription though, they're gonna have to watch the ad. I mean, honestly, I don't think I'm unequipped the Dualiso in a while. This weapon's just too good. So why not upgrade it for a bit? Level 18. It's a level 18 weapon. Summoned you, Block Origin. Yeah, I summoned you! Everybody's level 50 now. Sick. Does that even work on Twitch? I don't think it does. I don't actually know. I genuinely don't know if it does or not. It does? Hell yeah. Well, y'all get onto that then if for those who haven't. Energizing jump. Breaking a target, healing share. Energizing. Honestly, I don't need anything here. Critical moment, energizing break, and empowering 10, energizing death. Auto rush could be good on him. Auto shell could be good on him. Combo attack. I would like a combo attack on him because he's a fucking fat boy. He's a fat one, and he just like cannot attack for the life of him. Free aim, attack, lifesteal, first strike, cleansing tint, breaker, exposing attack, energizing start. I already have energizing start. Longer, powerful. On applying shell, it's increased. I'll put auto rush on, make myself faster, I guess. Breaking counter, because you're a counter character. Hold up. What have I not? Immaculate and glass cannon. You can do glass cannon and you can do immaculate as well. Perfect. All right, everybody's done. Let's get to enjoying. Any new songs? Verso.
One down?
The next one will be harder.
Verso approaches Ciel, who seems open to talking.
Here to make amends for your terrible story.
I'll be honest. I didn't expect things to get so deep so far.
I could tell. I'm
Yeah, new songs.
Oh, I can keep up. In fact, I'm here to
New
offer a
Silk
story.
songs.
A good one,
Ha 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 ha.
Yes. Well, you said I'm vain.
No, you said you're vain.
Would a vain person keep this scar? I could heal it, but I don't.
Oh? Why is that?
Because it looks
It's a
cool.
reminder of the price I paid to stand on my own 2 feet. But it meant walking away from
The lowest hanging fruit of a joke. I still went for it.
I feel like there's more to this story. It's probably not a coincidence then that Renoir has a similar scar.
You noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We disagreed on pretty much everything. Tactics, goals, what lines we wouldn't cross. I had to walk away, but he was resistant.
You fought?
It was the first time we ever raised a hand against the other.
If you can control your healing, that means Renoir can too. And he made the same choice as you.
Oh, I never thought of it that way. But, you're right. So, dark and personal enough for you?
It was worthy.
Worthy of the story of that scar on your stomach.
Well, we all have scars that won't heal, don't we?
Deep.
Guess I'm gonna have to play Hollow Knight now within the next 2 weeks. Hell yeah. Yeah, I guess you're gonna have to enjoy the game. Speedrun it.
I know. That's the real reason I keep them.
Do all the content in the game. I swear, man, I can't be the only one who thinks that Verso looks like Adam Driver from certain angles. I can't get over it. Like, from certain angles, he looks like Adam Driver a bit.
You were right.
About?
That is getting a proper 100% Steel Soul run in it. Good luck, homie.
Not Zero.
Good luck.
Not Zero.
You want to spend some time with Lune? Let's go.
My fellow Night Owl.
Night Owl?
You never seem to sleep.
I sleep. I sleep enough.
What keeps you up?
What doesn't keep me up?
From one insomniac to another.
Sometimes I just can't.
How does Steel Soul work in Pantheon? I don't remember.
I pick up a
I
puzzle.
don't actually remember.
I can't set it down until I solve it.
But could you please drop your Discord? It's an exclamation point Discord. If you
The talking Neverons.
type that
The
in,
ones that
hold
seem to
up.
have personalities.
If you lose a challenge, you're just cooked. I think so. Yeah, I think you just cooked. Yeah, that works too. There you go. If you want to join, Mayor.
We need to find and talk to more of them.
I've talked to a few. They mostly spout nonsense.
Oops. There you go.
I wouldn't expect too much.
Maybe you weren't asking the right questions.
Well, I'm certainly not as experienced as you.
Sure.
What about you, my fellow night owl? Why can't you sleep?
Oh, you know, weight of the world, a tortured soul, things like that.
Oh, a funny night owl.
You did, didn't you?
Feels even nicer when people reciprocate.
Sleep is not very restful for me. I used to have horrible dreams, but somehow it was worse when they stopped.
Fascinating. So, you experience discomfort while you sleep? Pain? Are you aware of time passing? I should observe you next time you sleep.
Well, that's not creepy.
Precisely.
Well, it's not like we have private rooms here, so... Sure. Knock yourself out.
For science.
Right.
Verso flashes a grin at Lune. Lune can help us, my black. The world feels brighter when they're together. If anybody wants to join the Discord and just want to talk to people, chill out with them. Our Discord is small. You know, it's not big, it's not massive, it's small. But, you know, we talk, we chill. Luna can't restrain herself from asking Verso a few more questions before head back to the others. Romance increased? Hell yeah. Gradient attack unlocked. Lune, Tree of Life. What? The fuck you mean Tree of Life? What? Hold on. Cleanse all status effects and heal all allies. Wow. That's kinda good, what the fuck? Nah, we'll do him last.
Yeah. He's hard to shake.
Yeah.
In Lumiere, did your parents choose your name?
You got Milio. Let's go.
Why?
Yeah.
Mael means
I can't wait till I get the football
prince.
kick.
I guess princess.
What are you talking about?
The meaning behind your name.
Oh. What made you think of that?
You said you were an unwelcome surprise. But I think even though your birth was unexpected, it was still celebrated. Your name shows how your parents felt about you, what kind of life they dreamed for you.
Chief. Guess they had bigger dreams for me than I ever did.
Why? What did you dream of?
I didn't.
You must have wanted something for the future.
No. All I wanted back then was to leave Lumiere and see some of the world before I gomashed.
Well, you've certainly done that. What do you dream of now?
I don't know. Still figuring that out. What about you, though?
What do I want? I guess I'm still figuring that out too.
Well, what did you used to want?
Music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before the fracture, I studied piano at the conservatory. I loved it. I really miss performing at the concert hall, when the lights dim and the room is hushed and the first notes echo through the chamber. I can just lose myself and feel the music through my fingers every time I play. It feels like my heart's about to break from.
Oh my god.
That's lovely.
I miss that a lot.
Maybe when this is over, we can.
Loki,
fix
that
up
kind
what
of
we have
hurts
so you
listening
can
to.
perform for us.
Since Verso's like a few hundred years old or something.
And don't worry, I'll make sure the room is packed. I'll put up posters everywhere in town.
Oh, no pressure, huh? All right. I guess I better start practicing.
Mael makes Verso pinky swear. Laughing, Verso agrees. He's centuries old. Yeah, he's like old. How is he not dead? I don't know yet, but like what he told the crew so far is like he was like chosen by the Paintress or something, and so him and his family just kept living past the age limit pretty much. So he's pretty much lived for a long ass time or something. That's like what we know so far.
Right about these expeditioners.
So he's like he's an anomaly right now, pretty much.
Maybe
they have.
All right, Monoko, what do you have? He's the literal chosen one. Yeah.
Monoko, let me cut your hair.
Why would I be foolish enough to do
Don't
that?
cut Monoko's hair.
Just a trim. You look like an overgrown mob.
I beg your pardon. Have you looked in the mirror lately?
Yeah, if we're talking about you, not me.
We're talking about you, not me.
I don't recall asking for your uninformed opinion.
Stop being grumpy. Come on. Let's give you some style.
You first, then.
Don't be silly. We'd look ridiculous with matching haircuts.
Or we would look fantastic.
Fine.
No, please. Aww. Oh, that's so
Okay,
nice.
I'm in. Style away.
Oh my god.
Ooh, yes, indeed.
Bro, what am I looking at?
Great. We're twins.
Verso and Monoko are now bound by a manly love of style, which they could never admit to each other. Dude, this Verso haircut is sick. As is tradition, they now spend too much time arguing over who looks better before heading back to the others. Did I get that? Do you keep it? Oh, dude, I actually keep it. I keep them. Hell yeah. Nah, I need to keep this. This shit is actually kind of... This shit's kind of goated, not gonna lie. Oh, look at him. Look at him, he's so kept and nice. Let's talk to SKA.
I recognize that look. What's got you so grumpy?
Those masks.
What about them? Are you jealous? Why?
I'm supposed to fly too.
Maybe stop losing your rocks then. How do you lose them anyway? Don't you swallow the rocks?
Sometimes I love too hard. I can't.
This fucking guy.
And...
Okay, yeah, I see. It's hard to control.
Let's spend time with SKA. Oh, he's sitting down.
Enjoying the stars.
Stars are the apples of the sky.
I love the way you see the world.
Oh, that constellation looks like Francois.
It's not grumpy enough. It needs to look a bit more cranky.
Yeah, it's not grumpy enough. It needs to look a bit more cranky.
He's not grumpy. He's just sad. He misses Claire.
Ah.
Enfant used to be all wee, but now he's all
wee.
Yes, wee. Back in the day.
This is the strongest creature on this continent, by the way.
Four of us flying around on adventures.
Oh,
I see. And
yeah. Centuries go by without your best friends. That's gonna make you go.
How come you're not grumpy like Francois?
I am grumpy.
Oh, are you now?
I too am. But I'm also wee. So the wee balances the.
What am I listening to, man?
You might say you're a bit, wee-woo then.
You really get me, Verso.
I'm a bit, wee-woo myself. Although I'm a bit more woo than wee these days.
Oh, he's giving him a head pat.
Hey, that one looks like Minoko.
Oh, and if you squint and sort of scrunch up your face, that one next to it looks like Noko.
Verso and SKA feel their bond deepen after this meaningful interaction. When you are the strongest in a 300-mile race, you start wanting simple things, when you don't have to. When you have everything, you get boyfriends, doesn't matter. Bro. Wee woo. So dumb, man. I love it. I got a new attack for you as well. What is this? Striker. Deal high single target physical damage, can break. Ooh. What is this? Apply 10 burn to all enemies and revive all allies with 50 to 70 health. Oh. Okay, that's actually kind of good. That's all of them. Let's check up on the others now real quick. Oh, cutscene. It's Eski and Mael. Bro, he must be so comfortable to just lie down on. It's unreal.
Do you mind if I play here?
Whoa, what the fuck? Gonna head out though, gotta take the dad to the dock. Alright. Take care, man. Hope everything goes smooth. Take care. 07. Enjoy your time. That was actually really good. I play piano. Also, I just love the way that he has like a fucking pocket dimension with a piano in it. SK is dancing! Damn, he's smooth with it as well. And Verso smiling, holy. Zach, he's actually smiling, no way.
What song was that? I feel like I know it.
Yes, an old song I used to play to my sister.
Can you play another?
Sure. We have all night. Okay, ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I will need a bit of space. All right. Eskia, you ready?
Look at him, he's so gracious. So beautiful. 5 stars. 5 out of 5. Eskia wins. Lettre la Maëlle. Write in the journal to remember Gustav. Maëlle finds a spot where she can write. She spent some time writing in Gustav's journal to honor his memory. She writes about how fearsome and incredible the accents are, bigger than mountains. She hopes Gustav's apprentices will read this journal someday. Let's go bed. Loki, there has to be a way, there has to be like a fucking fast travel at this point. Because like this, getting back here is gonna take for fucking ever from over here. Dude, we're so close to the monolith, it's actually insane. Look at that shit, that's so cool. You can see the paintress. Oh, what happens if I try to approach the paintress? Oh, there's a shopkeeper here. Hi. Oh, there's a...
Avril, 40th Expedition. Gigi and Edmund were leading. They were on a clean glide to the monolith when they flew into some sort of barrier and just... gommaged away.
What the fuck, okay?
Our gliders are useless without a way past the barrier. Bernard's going to explore on foot, see if there's an entrance. But in the meantime, we might as well make ourselves at home. I guess I'll try my hand at fishing. Assuming those sea Nevrons left any fish for us to eat. Rest in peace, Gigi and Edmund.
What? Okay. What? They just flew. Wait, hold up. If I approach the monolith, do I just die or some shit? Oh, I see the barrier. Wait. Wait, no.
This looks similar to Lumiere's shield dome.
Oh.
Maybe we can just
No,
cross it.
we don't cross it. No, do not. Don't. You're dead. You're dead. Okay.
I'm telling you, we can't. Axons first. It's okay. You'll be fine. Try again.
I'm okay.
Okay.
Okay, so they knew people were gonna try. They knew it. Okay, they knew. Clever. God damn, she is fucking huge. Can I just say that?
Swimsuit on.
Look at them toes. What are those, bro? She got them fucking... she got them stompers, man. Holy... What the waffle stompers. Oops. So that's a chromatic enemy right there, I think. The fuck is that? Hold on, let me go check that out, whatever the fuck that is. Which way? This way. Hello? Is it here? Oh. Oh, is it the island above me? Oh, it is the island above me. Okay, so I assume I'll be able to fly up there one day? I guess? It's like, I don't know how else the fuck I would get up there. Same thing with this, it seems. I can't get up here, so... Yeah, so I'm like... Yeah, so I'm just kind of stuck. I need to go here then. Let's keep swim. This is it, right? Yeah, Siren. So we're gonna fight a siren, I guess, or like a... What the fuck? Where am I?
The architecture looks very different here.
Yeah, it's very
This
different.
kind of place never existed before the fracture.
It's beautiful. Feels surreal.
What the fuck? This place is sick as fuck. Hello? Oh my god. Is that the boss down there? Who are you? Damn, he's fast.
Is she the Axon?
What the fuck has happened to her?
She who plays with wonder.
Whoa.
It's so...
Lune, what's going on?
I don't know.
She's manipulating your emotions. You have to focus. Remember why you're here. Be careful. They call her she who plays with wonder. But what she really does is play with your head.
Makes sense,
move
Siren,
fast.
yeah.
Before we all lose our minds.
Yeah, makes sense. That's why her name is Siren. She plays with your head. I assume if you let her play with you for too long, you fucking die. She like toys with you and then you just like kaboom. Fuck is this, dude? Oh. What the fuck? Oh my god, this place is massive. What the hell? Goodness. Oh my god.
Great.
What is going on here? There we go. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. My right side is... Oh my god, it is happening again. Jeez. Hold up. Alright, hopefully... Oh yeah, what the fuck is going on? My streamer bot's kind of fucking up right now. One second. I love technical difficulties randomly in between streams. It's my favorite, honestly, dude. Hold up. Let me just do this instead. And then refresh. What? Hold up. Oh, now it's booting up. Can't even read now. Now then, let's hope that that fixed everything. It did not fix anything. Incredible.
Don't look at her for too long or you'll go insane. I've seen people jumping off a cliff just from looking at her.
Yeah, I knew it.
It was mesmerizing.
This dance feels familiar. This is kind of dancing taught in Lumiere.
I don't think so. Never seen it.
Dude, this is kind of weird. The fuck did I just do? There we go. I love it. Something is up with StreamerBot right now and it's kind of fucking annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like toss this for the time being. And then just do... There we go. Yeah, for now, I'll have to do this. Because I don't know what the hell is going on, but it's breaking. Dude, the melee buttons sucks in this game. Oh my god, the music. Your flyers, alright. Are you guys flyers? Yes, you are. The Ballaro. Reverse Bestial Wheel Order. Using an upgraded skill gives 1 AP to all other allies. Almighty Mask gives AP to 2 AP to all other allies. What did I just get? Ballet, whatever charm. Chevalier Thrust is good. I think Ramasser is kind of whatever. I'll swap it for this. Because that gives me a better spread then. Hold up. 1 second. 1 more second. They're really big. There we go. There you go. Fixed it. Oh my god. I just realized that's a frying pan on his fucking... It's funny.
Gilles, 55th. I don't understand. The weaponry worked brilliantly up to now. Augmenting Pictos with music was a stroke of genius. But the sonics have no effect on the Nephrons here. It's as if they can't even hear our music. They just keep dancing to their own. We're running out of ideas. I miss my girls so much it kills me. It hurts thinking that I could have been home right now playing music while they dance. Wish I would have given birth by now. I could be holding my first grandchild. Instead, I'm here. No. No. There's still a chance, and someone has to fight for them. I can't let them down. Drums, maybe that'll work. They can't hear our music, but perhaps they will feel it.
Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking. Percussion. Holy shit, they're huge. Giant woman. Alright, you're getting the gun. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely. Is it honey though? Is it honey lovely? No? Aha. Oh, there you are.
an advantage.
Speed affinity. I think I went the correct way. Uh-oh. Let's go back. Have I mastered one of the Pictos yet? Increase damage while having shield, but receiving any damage always removes all shields. That's not bad. Did Monoko master those? No. Keep going, exploring. Oh, there's another one over here. Where does this one take me then? The music is really good. It's very serene. Fits a siren. Okay, so there's one of those tanks around here. There you are. Aomi.
Good stuff.
Let's keep going, tank. Move on. Keep going, Omi. Oh my god.
On me.
Oh my goodness. I don't think I've actually ever shot it in the face, no. Big, big, big.
I can do it. En garde.
Careful now. That's more like it. Bring it on.
Right. And you're staggered. Big.
Looking good.
I messed up.
Finesse and grace.
That's better.
Okay. Ooh, good damage.
Not giving up. From fire.
Time to bleed.
Okay, that one was kind of close, low-key. That one was kind of close. That one got a bit close for comfort in terms of escaping. Oh, nice, I finished Glass Cannon and Immaculate. So Glass Cannon can get away then. A double burn. Fuck's sake. I would like some crit rate with Monoko. Augmented counter, attack, lifesteal. Honestly, I can actually change this for something else. For longer powerful. Then Monoko can use augmented counter instead. And then you use augmented counter. 2 now. And then instead of Immaculate, actually, you know what? Immaculate is kind of good for that passive. I mean, not the passive, the stats. So I'm gonna keep that. I don't even know what path is the right path anymore at this point. The fuck are you, man? Okay.
The sweet taste of battle.
The Corral attacks. Oh. Cool. Column. Generate light strain. That's actually really good. So can I jump here? Yeah.
Good stuff.
Can I jump further? Yes, I can. What the fuck is that?
Good stuff.
Flames. On me.
You're outmatched. That's better.
Okay.
Faster. Violence.
Vessel dodge.
Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. I'm a fraud.
Did I die again?
Did I die again?
Faster.
Vessel dodge.
There you go.
Violence.
Sick. Got a 2 new ones. Powerful on shell. Apply powerful on an applying shell. That's actually fucking really good, honestly. Oh yeah, new feat. What do we have? Deal medium ice single target damage. Change to almighty if target is marked. Oh, interesting. Let's keep going. It's very quiet here. I mean, assuming because, you know, there is no siren isn't singing here. Jesus, this place is so big. The hell? You can kind of hear her echoing though, which is cool. Oh.
This place is huge.
Yeah.
Thank Expedition 67 for destroying a lot of the walls to get further.
Wait, no way.
Feels like home.
Expedition 67 broke the walls down and shit. So this is the right way that I'm going now. Marking shots into protecting shots. Chance for shell powerful and shell is a great free aim combo. Ooh, I'm gonna have to try that out. Also, welcome, Philody. Hello. As I get older, I wonder, can you ever truly know someone else? Then again, how many truly know themselves? A lucky few. Is it a blessing to understand your darkest nature, or a curse to which we can turn a blind eye? Lie to ourselves all the time, don't we? About things we'd rather not admit or confront. About ourselves, about each other. Then there are things we genuinely do not see. Isn't that human nature? I wonder. I have nothing but time these days to wonder. But I missed. That might have changed things. What is it that I didn't see? That I couldn't make myself see? Sounds like you have many regrets. When did she start pulling away? The man has gone silent. Interesting. These silent these shadows are very interesting. They drop like info or something, but it's kind of cryptic. Also, this area, holy shit! I didn't realize this is like all. Oh, manor. It's like all cloth and stuff in this area. It's really cool. Oh, we are in the. Oh, I can finally take a shit. After all these days in the expedition. Is there actually nothing here? Is there actually nothing around? Oh my god, I just unlocked the toilet. That's it. Incredible. I just unlocked the toilet and nothing else. Is there actually nothing? Can I not like shoot something? No? What is that? I could give you about that room. Give me like... You know what? Fuck it. What is this room? Oh! Okay. Okay. That was fast. Shape of health. Oh, nice. Oh my god, that's that's genius. I did not notice that. I was like looking around for like interactables. Maybe I could like flip a switch or something, and then I accidentally jumped and it mantled. And I was like, wait, hold on. That's funny. Hold on, let me just rest up real quick. There you go. Yeah, I just find the solution as I ask. That's such a funny coincidence. I need to find a another flag so I can go back again, backtrack to that other area that I missed. And this place is like really cool. Oh, it's one of those ice people. What is that? Oh, it is there's an item over there. Let's go. Move! Ah. What do we have? We just... Okay. Worth a shot. I can just paradigm, right? Yeah, I can still paradigm, it's fine. Alright, protective bubbles. Interesting. Wait.
It likes you. Careful now.
I thought this was supposed to be protective. What? Okay. Oh, you just died. Okay. Grabs his spear from his hat. Interesting. Oh, so he's got like bubbles floating above him now. Ah, I see. How do I just kill him? Murder! Any new feat? No new feat. Unfortunately. No new feat for you, Monoko.
Lovely.
What's this? Lumina learned? Protecting death. On death, allies gain shield. Ooh, that's cool. I can actually swap back to, you know what? I need to do these real quick. So why not? Mael can keep going with these. I was gonna put on, what is it? More burn or whatever it's called. But now, let's just get the Luminas first before anything else. It's very quiet. It's actually way too quiet around this area. I'm starting to kind of lose it. Yo, move. What the fuck? Oh. Interesting. There we go. There we go. We're hearing a little bit of singing now. Any banners around here? No? Does this just lead back again? Yeah, this just leads back. Well, let's go back. Does this lead anywhere? Oh. Oh, Mime, hi.
You're outmatched.
Yeah, I might just have to do Aliso this twice instead. And then Monoko can do the same with his extra. And now we get the fun part.
On me.
Maximum damage.
Roliso. There we go.
That's better. Oh, really?
Hand to hand, alright. Bang! Bong, ow. Ooh, okay, I misinput and he died for it. Well, shit. Minoko, you're not done yet. Come back here. There we go. That's what should have happened. I could probably stagger you, right? Break. Per se.
Break.
Good damage.
A bit of violence, yes.
Chevalier thrust, or you're not burning though, so no point, I think. Just light your ass on fire real quick. Hand to hand. Bing, bong, bing. Good damage. Okay, so I'm balanced now on that. Break. All right. Good damage. A siren hair for Lune. Let's see how this looks. Oh yeah, I got a double raid for her. That's very pretty. That's a hairstyle, alright. That's a hairstyle, alright. What is that? Perfect timing. Fast travel to dancing classes? Where does this lead me to? Oh yeah, alright, this is perfect. Yeah, I need to go here anyway. Man, I really like this area. It's like really peaceful. Like really peaceful and nice. Like it really does have that ominous tone to it as well, because you know you're because of that starting cutscene and how that she's pretty much a siren. And I mean, for those who know what sirens are, they're not the ones to fuck with. Peaceful by Eerie, yeah, like it's so good. I love it. My favorite part is the fact that you can just see the Axon down there, you know, just dancing. You can just like see the scale of her and whatnot. I love it. And this game has been really cool so far. I keep getting blown away every time. What the fuck is that? Is that a chromatic enemy? Oh, it is! Level design is so good in this game. Serves the story well. Yeah, it's so good.
Watch out, Mael.
Oh my god. Oh! Okay. Okay. Okay, never mind. He's not the same, but he is the same. All right. We have Monoko. I love Monoko.
Your turn to shine.
Okay. Okay, so he doesn't just do the 3 hits. Okay, now we're getting into the rhythm. All right, I got this. Hold my beer. I need to limit test how good I am against this guy.
Get ready.
Ready to
Okay. 1, 2, jump. 3, 4, 5. Close.
I think I'll improvise.
Monoko's gonna be next in turn, which is gonna be good because Monoko's in caster. Fuck, Monoko's in caster. That's not good. I could quick strike to get up, but no, I need to get rid of Loki. I need 3 hits. Yeah, fuck it, paradigm. Okay.
So much power.
Now. Oh, that's good job, hello.
Oh well.
Okay, you're about to jump. Oh, beautiful. Similar but slightly enhanced combos versus regular version. Odds may be slightly in your favor at hand to hand. 3 hits. Now I need to Dualiso first.
I've lived through worse. I'll use your fire. Didn't really need it.
Okay.
Okay, covers her sword in blood.
Watch out.
1, 2, jump. 3, 4, 5. God damn it! Ah, I'm so close every time.
Once more now, with vigor.
I messed up once again on the final hit. Cultist is about to jump. There you go. Dualiso Verso, you love to, dude. It's so cool. Look at how cool the sword is. It's so cool.
Ready to strike.
It's so sick. And like the whole extra turn with the base attack is like really good as well. Okay, I'm currently on caster. If I do a Shalier combo, I'll be on agile. I would like to be on balanced if I can get to that. 1, 2, 3, 4. This should get me to balance. Yeah, this boss is doable. I just need to stop throwing. I messed up. That threw me off rhythm. I got this. Hold my beer. This greatsword cultist gets so much armor though. Just reset me. Just reset me. I can do this. This is. I'm just throwing. That's what's happening here. I'm just throwing.
It likes you.
Oh my god.
Born once more.
Okay.
It likes you.
It likes you. Loki, it's kind of pointless me countering maybe. Maybe I just like instead just dodge.
Coming.
Wait. I think this is the exact same team I was using at this point. The characters, they're just so cool.
Some mayhem.
Like if anything, I'm using Monoko mainly because like I want to get all the feats, and because he's really good. Mael is just sick. Breaking rules is the play. Yeah, I love breaking rules. I have not unequipped breaking rules ever since I got it. It's just so good.
A bit of violence, yes.
Manoka is the most fun character than Verso. Oh yeah, Verso's really sick as well. I think Manoka is really cool because you need to like really think about what you want to use.
Didn't really need it.
It's like you need to worry about your masks or whatever a lot. It's not just like, oh, use attack when you feel like it. I always mess up on that final one. I swear there's something wrong with me. Okay.
I can do it. Take down their shields.
Monoko is casting, which isn't good.
I'll manage.
Verso! Another Dualiso!
Your turn
Alright.
to dance.
Verso, dodge.
There we go. I'm getting used to it. Moroka is the highest character in the pre-damage cap by a mile. Bro, Stalact Punches always keeps hitting 999. Stalact Punches and Shalier combo, they're just so damn good for damage. It's actually unbelievable.
Let's carve a path.
Oh my god, I can't.
Lived through worse. I'll use your fire.
Plus excellent break from Stalact. Yeah, Stalact gives a lot of break, surprisingly. You know what? There we go. That's how I'm gonna do it from now, I guess.
Take down their shields.
Oh, I can break. This is breakable here. You're agile, but... Perfect. I'm gonna put a turn for this, I guess. Oh, you're about to jump. Don't jump! I need to do this. I value characters that give me a reason to vary my cast, which is why Monoko. Yeah, Monoko gives a lot of variety. Good casting and stuff. Really nice.
Ready to strike.
I do have powerful still. Is there a way to check how many turns are left on my powerful anywhere, or can I not check at all, or is it like memory based? Like what? This was I used 3 turns. No, I hate it. Ah, man. That's one thing I kind of don't like. I can't check like buff durations, and I can't really check like, you know, inspect the opponents and whatnot. Yeah, the information is like really annoying at times.
That's better.
It likes you.
Verso, dodge.
Okay. 6 hits. 6 hits. Almighty! Okay, man. Like, like, come on. It's not even funny, man.
Nice.
It's not even funny how strong he is. Are characters that have stacking buffs like Monoko and Lune impossible to track with how many stacks you've built? Yeah, like Berserk as well. I don't seem to notice a Berserk or anything. Effective heal. Doubles all healing received? Ooh. Cereso. Ooh, looks cool. Bonus damage from Perfection applies to all allies at half value. Bonus damage no longer applies to Verso. Perfection gain is increased by 1 while powerful. Ooh. We never get Berserk. that's kind of unfortunate, low-key. I mean, to be fair, Berserk isn't really like a super mega powerful buff, I think, aside from bosses, but like them not giving Berserk is kind of unfortunate. Because they could do some cool stuff with Berserk, I think.
Good stuff.
Verso. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Like, you can stand up fast here. Is this a status effect from other games or something? No, there's an enemy in this game that gives a Berserk status effect. It's the people from like the Mask Island. Hold up. What's it called? Monoko has his feet. It's the it's this thing. The Moisonneuse or whatever. They have like this Berserk effect that it gives you 12% extra damage plus 5% for every turn that you have the buff for. Up to 12 stacks. Like it's a cool buff, but like it's so useless in most content, I think. You do kind of get it as a Picto. Gotcha. Where am I? Oh, I'm at the start. Yeah, I know where I am. Oh, there it is. I want this. There you go. Sick. I want the final path. Verso. This is gonna be my dedicated nuclear bomb button. There you go. No, wait, wrong button. We do all damage, baby. 100% all damage. Suing Atelier. I see. Okay, so this area is split into like themes, I guess. This is like the suing area. Dude, he is massive. I respect the 0 vitality. I have to, man. I love my glass cannon builds.
All of that for her.
We should take it out.
I love my glass cannon builds. So much fun. I have been noticing though that this game has a lot of high damage moves if you fuck up. Isn't everyone is the source of all the island's fabric? Yeah, I can kind of tell. I mean, he's been grinding over here, huh?
What have we here?
That's crazy. Where's the final one then? Oh, here. And if you have a lot of good vitality stats, you'll get one shot. Damn. So you're just not safe from the one tap. He's just spinning. Yeah, just simply do not get hit. It's just that simple. Man, this place is so cool. Oh, there's like needles floating in the sky as well. Wait, can I just like walk up and talk to him or something? Nevron does not seem hostile. It sues tirelessly, engrossed in its work. Attack it anyway. Oh. I let it chill. Not an expert. No, even high defense on expert is lucky to take more than one hit. The stats on Pictos seems to be far more impactful than the stats for leveling. Yeah, the stats on Pictos are like really high on some of the skills. It's such a shame how bad luck is in this game though. I love running luck-based builds in RPGs quite a lot. But like, luck being such a bad stat's kinda unfortunate. Because like what? 6 points into luck gives you like 2% crit chance or something. That's kind of bad. Cause like that's 2 levels worth of skill points. Man, she is massive. Wait, is she stuck into the ground? What is that? What is that, dude? Is that a snake? Oh my god, it's a rattlesnake! It's a rattlesnake! No way! Oh, that's so cool! What the fuck? Hi! Oh. I thought I was supposed to have a cutscene or something.
Watch out, Mael.
Oh! What the fuck? Oh.
Get ready.
So you're charmed. Interesting. Let me attack.
Faster.
Okay. Let me just apply powerless on this guy. Okay, so charm is gone now.
Flames on me.
You're not weak to burn? Interesting. Oh.
Refreshed.
Refreshed. Oh, this song's really good. This area seems to have just only bangers. Oh my god, that's sick.
Ready to parry.
Oh. Oh my god. I didn't even know that about the tail. You learn new things every day. So Snake's turn is next. I would rather be safe here.
Your turn to shine.
Smashes its head into the expedition. Alright.
Let's cover path.
Dualiso! Maybe I should move Paradigm Shift away. We're currently on Caster. 3 will get me to Agile. 4 will get me to Balanced. Oh. Why are you weak to Ice?
Get ready.
You can. I think you can also get rid of it using Cleansington. Yeah, you can. Yeah, Cleansington gets rid of it.
Finesse and precision.
Perfect.
You're outmatched. Let's have some fun. Phantom start.
Oh, that's really cool, man. Oh, he's resistant, I see. Dink! 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 Dink!
Let's dance.
Wow.
Alright. Defenseless. Alright, yeah. Get some powerful on people. I can break. Nice. Okay, so 1, 2. Okay. Nice, I'm on balance now. We are buffed still, so I will just do Aliso once again. Oh my god, the damage. Why do you eat people? Verso, no! Why'd you take Verso, man?
Let's spill some ink.
Oh, right, I need to start using my gradient attack. I'm hit. There might.
There is a violence, yes.
Bink! Bink!
The sweet taste of battle.
I think you're dead here, right? Oh my god. Get in here.
A storm is coming.
Sorry, caster mask? Dude, I don't have anything good on caster yet. They all just kinda suck.
This ends now.
Oh, that's cool.
A storm is coming.
Oh, okay. Yeah, caster mask is so bad. I haven't found anything good. Oh, cool. Really good fight. I like that. The music was good. I love that song. I got a... What did I get? Siren? Not bad. Not bad at all. Again, I wish I could rotate the character and zoom in and whatnot, but apparently we don't have that technology yet. Unfortunately. Ooh, that's nice. I like Obscure though. So for some reason they never implemented a rotation feature. Really strange, honestly. I feel like at this point, rotation and zoom ins and stuff on characters is like a core feature in customization.
Perfect.
When this game came out, the pause screen with the 4 characters ran hotter on my PC than actual game. Ain't no way. Insane. Well, you just press this and then bang, your PC started frying itself. What? Oh my god. Yes, this way. Yes, this way. Continue. My fans went ham on the menu. Damn. This game was just merciless on release. Oh, there's a shop guy. Murder. I don't know why, but this is like the goofiest looking enemy in the game. There's something about this enemy that just like is hilarious to me.
The sweet taste of battle.
Dig! Dig! Dig!
I'm ready. Flames. On me.
Oh, good damage. Phantom Stars. It's too cool. It's actually too cool. What, bro? Come on now. It's too cool. It's too cool. Oh my god.
Ready to strike.
There's a really annoying bug for like 2 months where if you move left or right at a specific angle, the characters would refuse to run. What? Player of Serious meme mascot enemy like Cactor. Oh, that's what it is. Dude, I love it. It's so goofy. Double mark. Mark requires 1 more hit to be pretty good. AP on base attack. Powerful damage increase. Oh my god, those are really good. Verso, you take this 1v1. I can't wait to get one banged by this guy.
Faster.
So you protect yourself.
Let's carve a path.
I mean, not that it matters much at all.
Just try it. Let's
okay.
Let's carve a path.
Ooh, good damage. And I'm S now. I'll be spamming the Merchant Fight song while playing MTG. Hey man, this song's really good. Energizing attack, AP on base attack. Chantenum. On turn, start a stanceless, switch to offensive. Fire skills cost 1 less AP. 1. Ooh, that's not bad actually. I like this. That's cool. Okay, I kind of wish I had a way to sell stuff. Longer powerful. This song's like the Queen's Blood one from FF7 Rebirth, kinda? I don't remember that song actually. Been a while since I played Rebirth. Speaking of, did they announce anything about the next game on Gamescom at all? I've yet to watch that. Well, I've yet to watch the Today's Show or whatever. I think there's supposed to be like some like after show, right? But to my knowledge, damn, that sucks. That does suck. I mean, at least, you know, at least we got some Silk Songs news, didn't we, huh? After like what, 9 years, 6 years? I can't believe it took them that long for Silk Song. It's like genuinely unbelievable. Has to be like a secret path for that one, because I saw a grapple on the way. You should watch the composer vocalist Alicia's performing. When you get the chance if you haven't already. I've seen a small tidbits of it. I didn't see the full one, but I should watch it. I should watch it. I feel like I've reached to a part where I can start watching a little bit more Expedition stuff. They hella fucked up the audio on the guitars. It is what it is. It happens. What the fuck? Where am I? Whoa! Whoa! Oh my god, that's cool. A lot of singers fall apart when you take them at the studio. Yeah, a lot of singers have anxiety and stuff. It's the same thing with bands and stuff. A lot of bands mess up quite a lot on their first plays and stuff. Anxiety can get to anybody. Like, it doesn't matter how big you are, anxiety can always catch up. Expedition 67.
Expedition 67. We're out of explosives, but we've made enough holes in this place to reach that giant woman in the center. But something weird's going on. Everyone's been swept up in strange emotions. It both feels like us, but also not like us. Marguerite reckons we're feeling the overflow from that giant woman's feelings. Empathic distress, I think she called it. Like her mind is flooding the area with her thoughts and feelings. Maybe we'll just stay here and enjoy the melody.
And look what that happened. Look what that did to you. A lot of bands just play way above their skill level because you can fix it in the post studio. Then you get on stage and can't do anything. Yeah, it happens. It can happen to anybody as well. Oh wait, what? What is this? Stormcaller. Okay. I want to get this now. Steel Strike. That looks cool. Oh my god, there's so many attacks, dude. There's so many attacks on that guy. Sir Alice Duport-Percier is a phenomenal, formidable performer who's powerfully convey the pathos. Yeah, it's awesome.
Prepare before we head there.
Is this the boss? I assume this is the boss. If this is the boss, then that's probably gonna be the last thing I do, most likely. But we'll see. It is? Hell yeah. Yeah, this looks way bossy. Man, this area is really good.
She's even grander than I thought.
Yune.
Holy
You're
shit.
okay, right?
I swear I've seen this dance before.
No way, that Autobot shot that. Yeah, I killed one on accident after I helped it. But I've helped everybody else. I was told after I accidentally killed it. But yeah, it happens. I'll rescue them all after on my next playthrough probably. I think you're still able to succeed with the quest to score over 1, but more than that you're donezo. Gotcha. I see. Whoa, what the fuck? Man. And Verso is the one unfazed because he doesn't have anyone to love. Oh, my man he's ready to fight. There's an excellent lore video on Siren. I honestly, I probably will be watching quite a lot of Expedition 33 stuff once I'm done, because I do want to know a lot of stuff, see what I've missed and stuff. Oh, so I'm attacking that thing and not... Ah, I see. Gotcha. I see. Oh, this song is really good.
Watch out.
Oh my god, what the fuck? That's an attack. A widow ballet charms Miel and flies away. Okay, so that's how the attack is. Got you.
around once more.
Okay. Iran attacks with her dress. What the fuck?
Your turn to
Oh my god.
Maximum damage.
Maximum damage.
Maximum
Got a bunch of hot summary vids. Got tons of early traction. We're wrong about the story. Yeah, those happen. Those happen often, I think. Nah, let me just duel Lisa once again. Siren dances with the glissados. Dude, that's that attack throws me off so bad.
Get ready.
Minoko, get ready. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you're weak to dark. You can heal. Next fight. What lovely feet!
Watch out, Mael.
Oh, that's okay, that's alright. Fair enough.
To shine. Last ditch.
Oh yeah, so it's called 7TV. Pretty much, it's an extension. It's an extension app for Twitch, and yeah, emotes and stuff can come out from it. I'm too old for this. Let me. You're back on Twitch again for some peak. Okay. Siren's dancing becomes frantic. What the fuck?
Careful now.
What is going on, man? Oh, whoa! What's going on? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Okay. I see. Okay, I see it now. All right. I got this. My reserve team got this. Trust. Oops. I missed it, but
Take cover.
send Siren to. She dresses herself again.
Try me. Try me.
There's so many angles from this fight. Like, it's just like, it's way more than just like a straight fight. Yo, Philly, I appreciate the follow. Welcome, welcome. I really appreciate it. Good damage. I'm low on energy here.
Dodge, Ciel.
The grand ballet begins. Okay. Okay, I see the attack now. Okay. I see the attack now. I was getting mesmerized by the whole fight before. Nick, by the way, filet. Oh, gotcha. CL so cool, man. CL is sick. File like computer. Philo, I see. Philo. Got you, got you.
Cut him down.
Cut him down.
It likes you.
Wait, this is the attack. There we go. Oh, beautiful. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this song is so good. It's like so grand.
I'm ready.
Let's see.
Maximum damage.
Its namesake, though, is Phi. Golden ratio found through the nation. Philo dime is the whole thing. Ah, that's clever. That's I like that.
No time to lose.
Okay. Sends fabric through Siren's dress. Next is Minoko. And the next after that is... Alright. Okay. Here we go. Lock in. Oh, you can see your characters dodging. Okay.
Your turn to dance.
I got it. Okay. Oh my god, you're still going? Holy shit, you are still going.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Your turn to dance.
I'm too Jewish to dodge. Yeah, we gotta parry only. You gotta hit the parry only runs.
I've lived through worse.
Yeah.
I've lived through worse.
Oh, you have lived through worse, Verso. Tell us more about it.
From fire.
Ow!
Coming.
Okay. Oh my god, here we go. Let's see if I can parry this. I'm not parrying this. God damn it. Oh my god. Okay, last hope of Expedition 33.
Lune, attention.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Oh my god, this boss attacks so much. How could it burn procs? Still procs when there's shield? Yeah, burn would have been so bad, I think, if it like had been was stopped by stuff like that.
Chroma is flowing.
Chroma is flowing. I'm flowing, guys? No way. Ding, 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 ding. Ooh. Good damage. Oh, here we go.
Ready to evade.
She dances with the glissados. Okay, nice. Yeah, I'm locked in now.
Full deck.
10 hits. That's 9 hits, so that's perfect. What the fuck?
Your fate is sealed.
Okay, final act begins. Okay, what the fuck? What type of BS does she have now? What the fuck? Oh my god. What is going on? Bro. What the fuck is going on? What the hell? What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Alright, fair enough for me. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, man. Alright, okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, I know this boss now. I'm chilling. I know this boss. I win this now.
Time to end this.
Yeah, let's just rank up. For B. Ow. Fuck. Jeez, you're almost dead. Holy shit. 1, 2, 3. Good damage. You're balanced. Perfect. Good damage. I'm gonna need to like double here.
I've lived through worse.
Actually, no, that's not enough. Yeah, there you go.
Your turn to shine.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Shit. I'm dead, I think. Yeah, I'm dead. Wait. Oh, you're attacking the rest of the team now. Ah, shit. Okay. Okay.
Bit of violence, yes.
You're a caster, I do not care. You're healing.
We're born once more.
From fire.
Yeah, I think CL is fun. CL is awesome. She does good damage for extended fights as well. Oh fuck, man.
Bring it on.
Man. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay.
Let's have some fun.
Phantom Stars. Oh, you're resistant. Oh my god, of course you're resistant to Verso. Come on now. You're resistant. You're resistant to Verso.
Violence.
Chevalier. Okay, sure, let's go. Good damage. The Grand Ballet begins. Okay, I'm just gonna save it here. Oh, that's not good. 1, 2, 3. Ooh. You need healing badly.
That's better.
I've lived through worse. That's enough. I would have lived. You're outmatched.
You're outmatched. Yeah, perfect. Verso is almost full. Here we go, Fabric. Okay, ground shake. Okay, everybody's healed up. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good damage.
Let's have some fun.
Let's have some fun. Let's go.
Break.
Nowhere near break. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
This will hurt.
And you're dead. Or you're staggered at least. Here comes Monoko with Stalacta punches. Ooh. 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 Ooh.
I'd love a dance.
Beautiful.
Let's have some fun.
Striker, let's do it.
Witness your head.
Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. That's so cool.
Okay.
Okay, final act. Okay, so it's like what? Jump, parry, jump, parry, jump, parry kind of deal, and then a parry at the very end. I got this. Lock in. Okay. Yeah, Snake is incoming. I'm hit. Never mind. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Now's my favorite part.
Now is my favorite part. Go crazy, go stupid. Oh, I didn't even need... Shit, dude. Dude, that fight was sick. That fight was genuinely cool as hell. Oh my god, this is loud. My ears. It's so loud. Why is this so loud? Cool. I like it. I like that. Man, this area is sick. I really like this area. I still think that Flying Waters and Visage are my two favorite areas so far. Just music and thematically, they're just so good. Flying Waters and Visage. That's cool. I really like that. This is probably my third favorite area, I'd say, maybe. I did like Forbidden Battlefield, but I just like, the area was just so big. It was just way too big, and I kept getting stuck on like every single tiny pebble on the ground. it kept getting annoying to navigate that area, I think. Oh yeah, right. We're back at the. How you doing, Mr. Man? Oh my god, we're back here.
Is it you again?
Oh, it's her again.
Why?
What the fuck? Mel, you okay?
What did you see this time?
I don't know. Oh, a woman. It was. Why do I keep seeing things?
Yeah, there's something like weird with Mael.
Who are you?
Manor? I assume this is a manor entrance, no? No. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, it's a rapier. That's really cool looking. It's like so abstract. And that's really cool. That shit must be really uncomfortable to hold though. The handguard looks really thin. That's good. Barrier breaker acquired. You can now face the paintress at the monolith. Ah, I see. Steal shields by removed by hitting enemies. Switch to virtuous while breaking any shield. I wish I could inspect the weapon. That's really cool. I still prefer Duinum in terms of style and Melarum, but I like this one. I'll use it for a bit. What element is that? That's not light, is it? What element is that? Is that like gradient element? It's called Void. Ah, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I see. I can't actually I can. Grandiose Chroma Catalyst. Alright. Alright. But today it's going to be it for today. Let me just put on some music. Let's put on this one. Actually, yeah, fuck it. That's gonna be it for today's stream. Hope you all enjoyed. I don't know how long is left on the game, but I feel like we're getting really close to the end now. So we're gonna call it for today, and hopefully next stream, which maybe is going to be tomorrow, we'll see. I may stream tomorrow as well at the same time as I did today. For those who are new here and want to join the Discord, maybe talk to some people there, or you know when I go live next, my Discord is available. We're a small community and we're chill. But for now, I'm going to be raiding you guys over to a friend who is playing Lies of P right now. We're gonna raid a friend of mine. So for those who are interested in Lies of P, you can stick by and, you know, say hello. If not, then yeah, you can just join the raid and get some free points. But I hope you all enjoyed. I'll be back tomorrow, maybe at 2 p.m. CET. And we'll keep going on with some more of Expedition 33. Like I said, we're almost done with the game, I feel like. Don't tell me if I am. But once I'm done with the game, I'm gonna just give you guys a fair and honest review of the game. And like compile all my thoughts and go back to my clips that I did at the start of the stream as like predictions and guesses. I hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see y'all next time. Peace.